Holdings. Today we're talking about holdings, which is the protection for pilots. Whenever you have a problem, you'll ask for a holding, and this problem could be also a navigational problem. So probably the holding is the most important conventional exercise, because it's the one that most likely will be needed in case of any technical problem. Flying the holding conventional might remain a challenging exercise for an experienced pilot. So today we are talking about how to fly holding conventionally using several methods. If you're interested in this topic, follow me into the pilot lounge.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Today we're talking about the holdings. So first of all, thank you very much for looking at my videos. I shall remind you that there is a video disclaimer, so please be familiar with what is said in the video disclaimer so that you know and you understand how to make reference to my videos. And of course, all these videos has to be used in conjunction with an instructor, especially today's topics, because today's topics is the holding. The other point that I want to underline is the fact that this video is intentionally particularly long, and I already received complaints about my videos being too long. I know the format is not ideal for YouTube, I know it very well. Of course you can look at it in several times and so on, but this has been done intentionally so that you get the whole topic included in this video. What is funny is that this is video number 5 concerning the conventional navigation. As I was answering on the very same week, I was answering to a comment on the video number 1 saying, oh, you're talking of things that are useless, that are obvious, and you never get to the point. As I was answering to that comment, to that negative comment, on the very same week I had to fail 3 guys for the reasons that I described on video number 1, on things that are obvious, useless, that everyone knows, but as a matter of fact, people end up failing. So the purpose of this video is to discuss every single aspect of the holding so that you, as a professional pilot, know what are the details, what are the reasons why the holding is done like that. Even things that are not required knowledge will be discussed in this video. Of course, on the internet you will find millions of videos that says, okay, learn how to enter an holding in 30 seconds, in 1 minute, in 5 seconds, okay? Obviously use those videos, but if you want to be a professional pilot, it's obvious that you won't be able to be a professional pilot by looking at a video of 5 minutes. You won't be able to be a professional pilot by looking a 5 hours video. Of course, it requires a lot of study, it requires a lot of exercise, and of course it requires position awareness of your aircraft, so instrumental practice, or I should say practice of instrumental flight rules. Last point that I would like to make you note is your like and subscribe, very important. At the moment, this video doesn't have any content which is paying. As you know, YouTube is promoting now additional contents by paying. We're trying to keep everything free, but to do this, of course, I need your like and subscribe, and possibly you sharing this video with your friends. So thank you very much if you want to put a thumb up, and now let's move forward to the discussion of the hold entries.
Paolo's Pilot Lounge. Like and subscribe now.
Let's define then what an holding is, I would say. Well, an holding is a maneuver that the aircraft uses to maintain a point. Why an aircraft would be in the wish of maintaining a point? Well, most often the reason is delay at destination airport. Today, with the modern airflow management, I have to say that the need of holdings in order to make an aircraft waste time is very rare. Is normally where there is an unforeseen event, an unforeseen delay, like for example a runway closure or stuff like that. Normally this holding doesn't cause any problem because the aircraft is fully serviceable, so most likely you will be using your area navigation system to fly that holding. But the holding is also asked by the pilot when there is a technical defect, and that's the problem, is that sometimes the technical defect could be the navigation system, and if that is the case, then the holding is the only maneuver that really needs to be done in conventional navigation. Definitely not an easy one, I totally agree. So you might ask for a different maneuver, but if radar is not available, then the different maneuver will be navigating somewhere. So the purpose of the holding is to contain the aircraft within a geographical area, a limited area, I would say, and allow the aircraft to waste time or to give to the pilot necessary time in order to fix the problem. So the holding is a maneuver that should not cost to the pilot an excessive amount of attention and difficulty. Well, how the holding is designed, if we go look at Doc 8168, so the volume 1, procedures for the aircraft operation, and then I will scroll down, look for the holding, section 6, and of course I will find the definition of a holding. So first of all, the holding has to be defined over a fix. This could be a radial distance, or this could be a station itself. In this case it is a fix. Well, it wouldn't change much from a view of station. What is important is to note this leg, the inbound leg that will be used to define the holding. The inbound leg is followed by the outbound turn that brings on to the outbound leg, and at the end of the outbound leg we got the inbound turn. So it's very important the pilots are able to name these legs, because of course you might be requested to report what is your position in the holding, and you must be able to describe how the holding is constructed, of course. There is a number of points which are typical for the holding. The first one is the beam, the 90 degrees from the inbound leg. This point is used to start the timing for the outbound leg. It's very important to notice that it's not said that I will cross this line when I'm exactly wings level. Will be 90 degrees when I cross that radial, and if the wind is pushing me, as I depicted in this picture, if the wind is pushing me toward the inner part of the holding, what will happen is that I will be still in turn when I cross the beam, and I shall start the timing anyway. Now, if there is no wind, it's true that in theory I should roll wing level exactly at the beam, and after 1 minute of the outbound leg I will find myself exactly at 30 degrees from the inbound radial. So this 30 degrees point is the beginning of the inbound turn. It's worth noticing that once I have a holding over a VOR, let's presume that the holding phase is a VOR, the holding will lay on a radial. All the holdings over station are designed to be inbound the station. Therefore, when I do the holding, of course, I will use one radial, and it's important to notice that in this specific example, this will be the radial 090. Now, when I fly radial 090 inbound, we create the problem of terminology once again, because radial 090 exactly corresponds to the course 270 inbound. And this could be a problem for the definition of holding, because this causes again a terminology problem. So the pilot must be fully aware of the fact that, like in this case, radial 090 absolutely corresponds to the course 270 inbound. It's worth noticing that the holding is provided with specific speeds. Now, concerning the speeds, there is a general misunderstanding, I would say, here in Europe, due to the European regulation concerning the speed restriction. Now, it is absolutely true that, as it is said on the EASA Easy Access Rule, the Air Traffic Management and Navigation and Surveillance Procedure, that the speed restriction does not apply to aircraft into the holding. But this does not mean that they expect you to fly whatever speed. Obviously, if you go and look at the Doc 8168, you will find a standard speed. So the correct interpretation of the rule is that you might have speed control, but the speed control will be cancelled the moment you reach the holding. Now, the maximum speed for the holding is listed here in Doc 8168. As you can see, 230 knots for a normal aircraft. For category Alpha and Bravo is 170 knots. Now, above level 140, then the maximum speed is 240 knots. You got 265 or Mach decimal 83 becomes above level 340. So normally the holding speeds of a normal jetliner, which is around 220 knots, is going to be more than enough. It's going to be a good speed for the holding. Now, some aircraft could have a clean speed which is quite fast, like 260 knots. So it's worth that if you don't respect the ICAO standard speed, that you ask for authorization to fly your clean speed, or the speed that make you save as much fuel as possible. If you are unable to maintain standard ICAO speed, advise the ATC you're most likely going to be authorized to hold at the speed that you need. But be advised that if you don't advise the ATC, the procedure itself is designed for the standard ICAO speed. So if you fly faster, you could end up out of the protected area of the holding.
Paolo's Pilot Lounge. Like and subscribe now.
Now, we could say why the holding, you could ask yourself why the holding has been designed this way. Well, I told you already the answer. The fact is that we have to contain the aircraft within a prescribed area, of course clear of obstacle, and we can't make a too long area, a too large area of navigation, so we can't keep it flying straight. Why don't we keep it flying continuously turning? Well, there is a technical reason behind this. If you remember the altitude indicator, it's fitted with a vertical gyroscope. But how this system works? Well, there we go. This is an altitude indicator, a conventional altitude indicator. This is a gyroscopic instrument. As we just said, it has inside a vertical gyroscope, which has the function of using inertia, so the momentum of the rotation produce inertia, and this object keep its position in space, so that when your aircraft maneuvers, your altitude indicator can keep its position in space and indicate to you the turn. Now, what happens is that we will use the altitude indicator to indicate the turn, but as your aircraft fly around the Earth, what happens is that your gyroscope keeps its alignment through space, and that's what we call transport wander or apparent wander. Transport wander due to the movement of the aircraft on the Earth's surface, and apparent wander due to the rotation of the Earth. So how can we sort out this problem? Well, we would need a system that keep the vertical gyros always 90 degrees with the surface of the Earth. This system has been sorted out with gravitational sensing, so a mercury switch or just a mass at the bottom of the gyroscope that senses the Earth gravitational force and therefore keep your gyro aligned with the Earth vertical. Now, this is a problem because as your aircraft start turning, if this system is working properly, what would happen is that it senses the apparent vertical with the centrifugal forces, and therefore the altitude indicator would immediately move to the apparent vertical force, therefore indicating no turn at all. And this would be a problem, as I just said. So the solution has been that yes, your vertical gyro is corrected, but is very slowly corrected in time. So as your aircraft engage into the turn, the centrifugal force would cause the gyroscope to precess, to indicate a false straight and level flight. But this correction is extremely slow. As you can see in this presentation, the aircraft has been turning for a long time and the gyroscope takes a long time to misalign and show an incorrect wing level condition. As a matter of fact, during the turn, yes, the gyroscope, it is losing its alignment, but extremely slow. And this is a problem for the holdings indeed, because during the holding, if you make a continuous turn, or if the duration of the turn is larger than the duration of the straight level flight, your gyroscope could produce an incorrect indication. Therefore, the holding must have a straight and level flight, which is at least as long as the turning time. Now, you could complain that this problem is an obsolete problem because modern flight data based on the IRSs and therefore inertial reference system. Well, bear in mind that still many of the modern aircraft, like it is the case of the 737-800, the 737NG, or the Airbus 320ceo, they still use conventional instrument based on gyroscopes. Therefore, those instruments are subject to this kind of error. So, coming back to our holding, we have to describe, I already say the holding is defined with a point, an inbound leg and direction of turn, but how is the holding named by the air traffic controller? Well, we will find that there are different ways of naming the holding depending on European and Americans. We use different standards. What happens is that the European will define the holding as is said in the easy access rule for the air traffic management, navigation and surveillance. We will name the holding using an inbound track, radial or bearing, and this poses a problem because it means that in Europe you are free to define the holding we were just looking before. So this holding you will free to define it as radial 090 inbound, because it has to be defined with an inbound route, so radial 090 inbound right turns, or you're free to define it as course 270 inbound right turns. Both holdings, they're correctly defined according European law. What is important is indeed you have to give the direction of turn. So once you have defined the inbound leg, you must give whether it's a right or a left turn. You can't assume that the pilot knows, and I would say that's quite obvious, okay? Now, if you get into the American holding, you will find that the definition is completely different. You will be given a geographical area, you will be given a radial, so it's a redundant information, and you will not be given the direction of turn eventually. So don't ask me why. In some cases, the American will not tell you the direction of turn. Let's take an example. This holding over FLORA VOR in Europe will be commonly defined as hold at FLORA course 308 inbound right turns. 99% of the time you will find this definition. Now, if the controller wants to give you a little bit of hard time, he would be, as a matter of fact, legal to define the holding as hold at FLORA radial 128 inbound right turns. Now, this definition, as I said, is correct, but if you think about an NDB, then it's a problem, because on the NDB you can't use the terminology radial, and then the 128 inbound doesn't make sense refer to the NDB. Well, if you refer to a bearing 308 inbound or a course 308 inbound, would it be a bearing or a VOR, the holding is equally defined. Now, in the United States, you will get a completely different definition. This holding will be defined as hold southeast of FLORA radial 128, so that's a redundant information. And if it is a right turn, the controller might decide to omit the direction of turn. So on a left turn, you will always be informed that it is a left turn. If you don't get the direction of turn, then the controller assumes that you will turn to the right, even if it doesn't tell you anything. Now, how to enter an holding? The hold entries are defined in the doc 8168. There's three types of hold entry, and what the majority of the people does is when they get to the doc 8168 or to the equivalent picture that they have in their own book, they just look at the holding and say, oh, okay, I understood how to enter the holding. For example, a teardrop, I come in from this direction, and then I turn 30 degrees off, 1 minute, I turn inbound. Perfect, yeah, that's what the picture tells you. But what is interesting is that you have the textual description in the doc 8168. So let's go ahead and give a look to the textual description, because sometimes this might give you a bit more detailed information. So let's give a look, therefore, in chapter 3, still part of the section 6, describing the textual description of the hold entry. I will start with the restrictions on the hold entry. If the holding is over a VOR, it is clearly stated that you might basically enter from the 360 degrees, while if the holding is over a fix, you should be established on the inbound route before reaching a fix. Of course, this is for conventional navigation. If you're talking of area navigation, the rule is different. But anyway, we're gonna give a look on how to determine the entry also in that situation. Sector 1 entry, basically it's the parallel entry, and you see that this describes step A, B, C. What are the actions? Well, step A, as soon as I reach the station, I fly the outbound by flying the opposite heading, basically, for the appropriate period of time. Basically is 1 minute on the outbound leg. Once the 1 minute is done, I turn on the opposite direction of the holding, so on the opposite side of the turn. So if it's a right turn holding, it's going to be a left turn, and I fly inbound track. I will intercept the inbound track, or I will fly directly to the station. And of course, as I arrive to the station, then I join the holding and continue to turn into the holding. Well, the sector 2 entry is so-called offset or teardrop entry, which is very often missed. Is that the word here is saying that the pilot should make good track of the route at 30 degrees. Making good track means we probably will have to follow radial. That's the only way to make a good track, isn't it? If we go and look at the direct entry, sector 3, well, it's very simple. You reach the station and you fly on the outbound directly, so there's no more specific indication for that. Now there are procedures from entry from BME arc. Won't be discussing this here. What is worth noticing is the time. Of course, the holding might be either time or distance. If it's time above 14,000 feet, it's going to be 1 minute and a half. Beside these 3 entries, some of you might have heard of the so-called special entry, or some of you may have heard of the entry 45 degrees. Well, honestly, I couldn't find any reference at all on the entry 45 degrees. It's generally pilots that does it on aircraft that fly faster, and it is true that the 30 degrees entry is not really working well. For example, if you fly a wide body, like it could be, for example, an MD-11 that clean speed is 260 knots, okay? If you have to hold at 260 knots, probably doing the entry rather than 30 degrees, doing an offset entry 45 degrees could be appropriate, but it remains the fact that there is no reference. I couldn't find any reference on documents about this entry. I could find some reference about the so-called special direct. Now, the special direct entry is an entry that is flown in the direct sector, but in the 40 degrees, which are exactly, let's say 90 degrees, the 40 degree sector, which is exactly on the 90 degrees from the inbound leg. At that time, given the fact that the standard turn has a radius of turn of 20 seconds, once you reach the station, you just continue straight 90 degrees from the inbound leg with this leg for 20 seconds. And after 20 seconds, you will turn to the right and you basically find yourself in the outbound leg. Well, I've tried these and I have to say it works very well. It's a great entry. But I've been searching in the latest documentation I could find, even from the French authority, and that's the document I was looking at. Les recueils des critères pour la conception des procédures des vols aux instruments et les règles de détermination des minimums, blah blah blah. It's too complicated anyway. That's basically a collection of French IFR procedure, because the special direct is a French thing, and well, I couldn't find any reference to the special direct. So honestly, let's say for professional use, well, it's a good practical exercise indeed. So if you want to practice just for the fun of it, it's fine. But honestly, if you would go on an assessment, or if you would have to use it for professional use of any sort, I would say no, avoid it, because as I said, I don't find it as a standard entry anyway, not in the ICAO, not in any European document.
Paolo's Pilot Lounge. Like and subscribe now.
Now, we mentioned already the procedure hold. Let's see what are the difference between a procedure hold and a holding. Technically speaking, there is no much different, but there are some tiny differences that is worth mentioning, so that you are aware of and you know the important thing is making the difference of what is a procedure hold, what is a holding. And sometimes this difference is not evident. Even in the IASA, I could find some definition which, let you think that maybe something went lost. But let's give a look at the doc 8168 and let's see what are the differences with the procedure hold. In section 5, I can find the approach procedure. Now we're getting a bit far away from the topic of the holding. But if I scroll down, it is interesting to notice that the approach procedure is structured as depicted in this picture. What we're actually interested in is the presence of those three segments, the initial, the intermediate, and the final approach segment. Normally, as you can see also from this picture, every segment has its own specified procedure. Every segment has its own specified separation from obstacle, and of course the ICAO specify what is the separation from the obstacles. Now, if I keep scrolling down on the initial approach chapter, I will find the definition of the initial approach procedures, and then I will find that, as is stated here, when there is no possibility to create an initial approach fix or an intermediate fix as required by that picture, well then at this point we will have a racetrack holding pattern is required or a reversal procedure. Now we have to make the difference between the racetrack or the holding pattern, because the racetrack, as a matter of fact, is part of the reversal procedures. In fact, in the subsequent chapter, when we discuss the reversal procedures, we will find what a racetrack is, okay? The racetrack procedure is described here, and if you go and read what the racetrack procedure is, you will just discover that the racetrack procedure is nothing else than a holding, because you reach the fix, you turn by 180 degrees, then you go outbound, you turn again 180 degrees. Now, because some pilots correct the wind differently, these affect the way we are correcting the wind. But if we take out the wind correction of this discussion, we can really say that the racetrack procedure has no difference with the normal holding. When we go into the entry of the racetrack procedure, basically we find that the entries are exactly the same. We enter the racetrack procedure as offset with a maximum outbound leg of 1 minute 30. We will see that actually the racetrack procedure might have a bit longer time. But then the entry offset remains exactly the same. The parallel entry again remains exactly the same. However, we should not return directly to the facility. You remember when we spoke about the direct entry, we said you can return directly to the facility or intercept the inbound track. Well, if it's a racetrack procedure, you must intercept the inbound track straight away. And then it just say that all the maneuvering shall be done in the holding side of the holding itself, so of the racetrack, well, I would say no big news there. It's not really changing a lot. In the racetrack we talk about procedures. There are other information which are interesting. I'm not gonna go through that. Here we got the textual description of the racetrack procedure, where you see that a racetrack procedure could be DME based, could be time based, but unlike the holdings, the racetrack procedure could be up to 3 minutes. And as we said, when you enter 30 degrees, you should stop at 1 minute 30 maximum. After 1 minute 30, you fly parallel, okay? So you just fly the outbound leg. Obviously, if you would fly 3 minutes, you would get too much far away from the inbound track. So you just 1 minute 30 and then you turn inbound. It's extremely rare to find racetrack procedure which are 3 minutes or even 2 minutes long. Normally the DME base or the no more than 1 minute anyway, but that's I would say worth noticing, okay? There is another bit of information which is very important and tells you how do I recognize that something that looks like an holding is actually not an holding, but it's a racetrack procedure, and I'll find it in this picture, okay? Now the racetrack procedure is part of the reversal procedure, and it's used when we need to lose altitude. So you see that this is the holding with the holding altitude, which probably does not have sufficient separation from obstacle to allow a lower minima. Because the sufficient separation is not provided, then a procedure turn or a reversal procedure is produced. Now the reversal procedure includes the racetrack procedure. So if I see an holding that allow me a descent to a lower altitude, like this depicted in this picture, then the fact that that holding allow me the descent to a lower altitude means that that is a racetrack procedure. What is the interest of knowing this? As I say, there's very minimum differences. The entries actually are different. There are different regulations for the racetrack procedure, but I would say overall there's no big changes. Now let's take this example here. For example, we're taking East Midland, where we have an holding over Echo Mike Echo NDB, and we have a racetrack procedure. How can I say that there is an holding? Where you see that there is an holding with a minimum holding altitude also published here, okay? And this minimum holding altitude is 2,500, in some cases could be 3,000 feet, okay? But what happens is that if I look at the vertical profile down here, I can see that it's the same as the Doc 8168 was describing. There is a holding with a higher altitude and a reversal procedure with a lower altitude that allow me to descend below the 2,000 feet. In fact, this graphic is showing to me that there is a difference. You see, you have an holding here and a racetrack procedure here, and they have a different graphic. The racetrack procedure is part of the approach procedure and is in a bold line, and the holding is a thin line because the holding is not required to fly the procedure. So you're required to fly the racetrack procedure, but not to stay in the holding, okay? This is just to underline the difference between the two elements, which once again, they're very similar one to the other. Now, there might be something interesting to note concerning the EASA is that the EASA never make reference to racetrack procedures, so to those procedures that are used to lose altitude along a procedure. But there is a definition of the holding procedure, which is exactly this text, a predetermined maneuver that keep the aircraft within the specified airspace while awaiting further clearance. And here we find a definition of what is a procedure holding. Actually, this table does not give definitions, but still the procedure holding is described as being exactly the same description of the holding procedure. Now, procedure hold is normally referred to something else. It's normally referred to the racetrack procedure. So there might be some confusion. Well, that's what the EASA ruled. That's what that's the definition that EASA gave. So we should be careful when using this word procedure hold, because this definitely might be confusing guys like me. If you say procedure hold, I will indeed understand that racetrack procedure. So you see that procedure hold is part of the reversal, is normally designed to lose altitude, and it requires to have the pilot more strict on the tracking of the inbound leg. And this makes sense, because tracking inbound leg means that you are already established on the final approach segment. Once you pass the fix, would it be for the first, would it be for the second time? Once you pass the fix, to shoot the approach, once you pass the fix for the procedure. For what concerns the wind correction during the holding, the Doc 8168 does not give us too much of help. Just tells us that we have to take into account the wind, we have to correct for the effect of the wind, and we have to ensure that the inbound track is regained before passing the holding fix inbound. So basically this tells you that the inbound leg could be as short as 5 seconds. We can make full use of the IRS wind, but apart from this, there's very few indication on how to correct the wind during the holding. If we go and look about the entry during the holding, I would say there's no much to say except for the fact that yes, we can use the track if it's known, so we can use the aircraft track as determined by the IRS. But apart from that, again, we don't get too many information. Now, the EASA easy access rule for the air operation will not give us any further detail on how to correct the wind during the holdings. So if we go look at the racetrack procedure, correction of the wind does not give us too much detail, just tell us that to achieve a stabilized approach, we must make sure that we regain the inbound leg as early as possible. That's all it is saying. Make sure that you expedite the regaining of the inbound leg, especially if your aircraft is low and there are strong winds, to avoid ending up outside the protected area, because the protection or reversal procedure is smaller. Make sure you establish yourself on the inbound track as soon as possible. But it doesn't give us any further detail. So generically speaking, how do we correct the winds? If we go back to the picture of the holding, we have several techniques to correct the wind. Obviously, we have to consider the wind which is in the direction of the holding. So when we have wind coming from this side, well, the correction is only time-based. You have to remind yourself that in this connection, my turns will be looking like this, and the time has to be started here. But what happened is that I will correct for the effect of the wind. What should be the correction? Well, it should be a shorter timing in the outbound, and I should end up with a longer timing in the inbound. Remember what we said, we should end up anyway in a situation where the duration of the straight and level flight is equal to the duration of the turns. So we're looking at something like probably half of the wind is a good correction in the outbound leg. So it means that if this is 30 knots, well, we will correct by 15 seconds, making 45 seconds on the outbound. And then we will check that the inbound leg is something like 1 minute 15 seconds. Of course, this depends from the pilots, the company procedures, and so on. When the wind is coming from the side, well, we have to think that this turn will be looking shorter. But if I don't correct these, so even if I fly a track, a straight track, when I turn outbound, I will find myself in this situation, which is fairly undesirable. Now, the holding protected area will take into account this overshoot. This wind effect has to be taken into account. So if I correct only once the wind, which means that this turn is shorter, as I just draw here, and this turn is longer, in normal situation I should be still okay with the protection. But as a matter of fact, this holding is not looking nice and not really holding in the correct inbound leg. So the correct thing is to correct for the wind. Now, if I correct for the winds once, I just put one wind correction angle. That's what I do. I just fly the track. Now, if I put the wind correction angle, the correct wind correction angle twice, I will correct also for this leg, but I'm not correcting from this. So by putting 3 times the wind correction angle, this is what I will be doing. This is how my holding will be looking like. Okay, this is one of the most commonly used. So basically, when I'm flying the inbound leg, I here find what is the wind correction angle. So 1 time the wind correction angle. When I find the outbound leg, I fly 3 times the wind correction angle. Okay, now bear in mind that yeah, this works well, but then if we are also correcting wind which is in this direction, let's say that I decided to make the outbound shorter, then the 3 times wind correction angle won't be enough. So I even have to increase the wind correction angle for that reason. Or maybe I might want, because this segment is actually longer than this segment there, so I might decide not to correct that much for the wind, so I can keep a bit longer time. So this holding, this is the, as I say, this is the most commonly used technique. Now the other commonly used technique, but as I said before, cannot be correctly used in the racetrack procedures, is that I basically fly to the fix, to the holding fix, and on reaching the holding fix I make the 90 degrees turn, and then I consider what is the wind. If the wind is coming from this direction, then I just make a 180 degrees turn. Well, if the wind is coming like in this case, in the blue wind, okay, I will fly straight, okay, for an amount of time which corresponds to the wind. Normally, again, is a duration which is half of the wind. And then I will turn again. In doing this, actually, I just recovered the small turn. If I cancel all this magenta picture, what happened is that with the blue wind I depicted, well, my turn were looking like the blue one for the initial point, but because I flew straight for a while, I will find myself there, okay? Now, finding myself there, I should fly just 1 time the wind correction angle, and now I'm perfectly in the holding. But this would cause that the last turn, the inbound turn, is not corrected for the wind, and once again I will be overshooting. Not as much as if I wouldn't correct for the wind like in the blue one I depicted before. I would follow technically halfway because it's just 1 minute of wind that I did not correct. This is an acceptable way. The other acceptable way is that I should put twice the wind correction angle, and I find myself there. 2 times the wind correction angle. When I turn inbound, I find myself again in the correct position. This is one technique. The other technique is to multiply by 2 this longer leg here, so not half of the wing but make full wing, so I have twice the wing correction, and now I turn and I just do once the wing correction angle, just one wing correction angle. In all cases we'll always end up in this point where I start the turn and I will not overshoot. So there's several techniques. Any of those techniques that I described is acceptable for the holding, because as we've seen, there is no specific standard procedure to correct for the holding wings. As I say, the 3 times wing correction angle is the most commonly used technique, and in my opinion is the one that keeps the aircraft closer within the definition of protected area from obstacle. So at the end of the day, I would say that 3 times the wing correction angle is a good combination of simple and protected way to fly the holding. We're looking here at the volume 2, and that's the appendix of a volume 2 that is actually used for those who has to design a procedure. So we're not, as a pilot, really interested in this, but the curiosity in this is that this shows to us what is the template of the protected area of the holding. The station where the holding is located here, okay? And you see that if I attempt, this is the normal turning count wind, rate 1. If I attempt to correct the wind in any direction during this turn, I might run into problem. Like for example, if I want to fly straight in order to attempt to correct the wind, I might easily run out of the protected area. At the very same time, if I want to make the turn and correct for the wind by going straight here, again I might easily end up out of the turn. Okay, these elements will not be discussed when I discuss the wing correction, because wing correction, there's several methods which are generally accepted by the aviation professional, which not necessarily are the best way. Okay, again, if I make the so-called 3 times wing correction angle, which means the wind is coming from this direction, okay, and therefore this turn is smaller than what it should be, but this turn turned out being much larger. So what happens is that I have to do a massive correction, okay, during the outbound leg, and here I might risk, of course, to go out of the protection area. Instead, if I theoretically would allow myself to drift or even fly the same track and then drift on the other side, you see that the opposite side, this the so-called unprotected area, well, this unprotected area is actually well protected. If you see from the expected track of the aircraft, it should be there, that's the area that has the most of the protection because of the parallel entry. Okay, if I let myself drift in the unprotected area, actually that's the holding, this brown one, I would say, this brown holding, or maybe I can change color and make another brown holding, even this one maybe would be better, this darker brown holding. Okay, these holdings there are the ones that are more inside protection area, because basically I take advantage of all wind correction possible. As a matter of fact, this brown holding which I've been drawing, they're considered to be wrong. So basically there is a, I would say, a misconcept, or anyway there is a understanding among pilots that to make a proper holding you must turn inbound and establish yourself directly on the inbound leg, okay, without overshooting on the other side. I would say that's wrong, but as a matter of fact, because that's the community of pilot understanding of this hold exercise, well, I apply this rule as well, so that the target of the holding is to be established immediately inbound. As I said, if you overshoot maybe it's better to overshoot, let's put it that way. It's better to overshoot than undershooting at the end of the day. That's the idea. Finally, let's get into the heart of the matter. I know that every one of you is waiting for this. And this is the methods that we might use to calculate a hold intercept. Now, those methods might be divided generally into some 3 or 4 methods. So the first method is let's say the trick or the graphical methods, which then is followed by mnemonic exercise. So you have to learn by memory something, and you have to apply what you have learned by memory. It does not give you a real position awareness. It's just a number of acronyms as a trick that will help you in determine what are the heading and the tracks. Now, if you do a mistake, you won't have any evidence of that mistake. If you can't remember the rule, if you can't remember by memory what was the trick, well, you're done. You can't sort out the problem, okay? These 2 methods, there's several methods, there are really a dozen of methods. Honestly, I can't present to you all the methods, so I'll be presenting to you 2 methods, which is, one is the big fashion of the moment, I would say, is the thumb method. So right thumb for the right turns, left thumb for the left turns. So you use this thumb method, which will require you to use the radial. So this method is perfect for the Americans. It requires to you the calculation of the reciprocal for the European, because most of the European will give you the holding as a coarse inbound and not as a radial inbound. If you won't use the European style, then it's a 3 fingers type, which you have to use the right hand like this for the holdings, and the left hand for the right holding, left hand for the left holdings, okay? And again, this method will be using the course this time. By using the course, you will determine what are the 3 sectors of entry, but then what heading should you fly to stay in that entry? It requires memory work. Now, this memory work will be used by using the acronym LARS, which it's fine. The problem with most of the, can I say, Southern European guys is that LARS is not European, a Southern European name that's typical of the northern countries. So maybe in the north you can remember the name Lars, but in Italy most of the people will go like, okay, what was his name then? Okay, but Lars will be used to remember that left you add and right you subtract. So you will use this method. We also have to learn by heart the fact that if you enter parallel, you have to turn the opposite direction of the holding. These are a few of the items that actually we have to learn by heart in order to be able to determine. But as I said, if you go wrong, then there is no protection. You won't be able to determine that you went wrong. Now, on the other hand, we have some visual technique. Again, the align to the north. The align to the north technique always worked very well. We will see that the align to the north technique, while for the radial was still okay, for the holding, it is okay. It is indeed working. But in some cases, you really need to be a good mathematician. So you must be very good with mental calculation. So that's why I don't like that method, especially for the holdings, okay? But it's personal preference. So of course you can choose to use it. And then of course the fix-to-fix, so the so-called never lost the VOR method, where the method itself is extremely simple. I would say is the most obvious, but we will find the difficulty of drawing the holding. And we will see that that is the only method that is working, that can be used if you have to make a holding over a fix, given the fact that anyway, there is no legal requirement for you to be able to go direct to a fix and make an holding in conventional navigation. So yes, it's something nice to be able to do, but there's no strict legal requirement to be able to do it. Before continuing, it's worth noticing that in Doc 8168 we will find also guidance concerning the holding with RNAV equipment. I remind you that we have different restrictions depending on the fact that your aircraft is RNAV or RMP equipment. In fact, I remind you that the RNAV require conventional navigation, cross-checking of the position, and in fact that's what is reported here under pilot responsibility. What is interesting that, however, in the pilot responsibility, we must verify the inbound track and the direction of turn of the holding every time we pass over the fix. This is the actual requirement of the doc 8168. So if your RNAV system is not producing the correct hold entry, because many RNAV systems, they use different criteria to calculate the hold entry, well, this is acceptable as long as the direction of turn and the inbound course and passage over the fix is correct. Of course, we must verify that the speed are correctly respected, and we're responsible for the holding, especially if it's a conventional holding flow in RNAV, then we're responsible that the correct airspace holding is respected. Now, talking about holding airspace, there is a last thing we have to talk about before going with practical exercises, which concern the entry on the holdings. Here we got, of course, the entry fixes, but when we enter on parallel entry coming from a 90-degree sector, here we have a very good example. If we look at this situation here, when we come in for the parallel entry sector or DME arc, whatever it is, but when we come to the fix and we do the 90-degree turns, you see that we find ourselves here at this distance from the inbound leg. So what you see here in magenta, this is the inbound leg. Sorry, didn't draw it correctly. This is the inbound leg, and that's of course the direction of turn. Okay, but of course we, after the 90-degree turns, we find ourselves quite far away. So obviously one thing is coming parallel from this direction, one thing is coming parallel from this yellow direction. Okay, you see that the two entry has a completely different effect on the outbound route. So this guy will be turning here and require quite a significant heading. It might be in the need of like adding 2 to 5 here to get back on track. Okay, while the guy coming 90 degrees, so the blue guy, income winds will need much less heading, maybe just 20 degrees, something like adding 250 or even 255 will be good enough to come back on track. Okay, these are things that you should consider when you think about the hold entries. On the very same way, if I think about the offset entry, the problem is very limited here, because on the offset we say it's good track, so that's the 30 degrees radial, and even if I come from this direction, I will actually turn and intercept the good track radial. If I come from 30 degrees here, there's no problem, but even if I come from here, again, I will turn and re-intercept the 30 degrees radius. So if I follow the offset entry correctly, I will always find myself in this point. Nevertheless, in this picture, it shows you that because you have to turn this 30 degrees more, your turn will be a bit larger. It should, anyway, end up correctly on the inbound leg. That's a theoretical calculation, of course. Let's take, for example, the case of direct entries again. Okay, I'll cancel this. Now, the direct entry sector, obviously, one thing if we come for what we called the special direct entry sector, the sector that we would fly 20 seconds straight, but we said that is not standard. So once we are over the fix, if we turn straight away, it's true that we fly straight in the outbound leg. That's what the ICAO says. But if we fly straight in the outbound leg, we find ourselves halfway of what we should be in a normal holding. So this normally, when we turn outbound, again, we can't put heading 270. We must expect this overshoot. Maybe we need heading 315 to get back onto the profile for the holding. Now, the very same way, the guy coming from this sector, 110 degrees exactly, will be either, well, at the limit of the parallel, either at the limit of the direct. So say he decide to be direct entry, well, he will turn all the way around and he will find himself in a very similar position. And you see that he also has to expect that there will be a long way before passing the beam. So if by mistake you start the 1 minute here, this time could take as much as 20-25 seconds, which means that the minute could finish here and then it will find himself in a very difficult position. Okay, so the correct thing to do obviously is to start the time once you are abeam here, and this will give you the 1 minute, but again you might expect to find yourself in a very similar situation with the need of taking heading like 315 to get back on the correct profile. So it is true that the direct entry, it's easier, probably is considered an easier entry, but it's not always easier depending on where you're coming from. Of course, the guy that is coming from this magenta direction and will find the station, will make the turn, and will sensibly correct on the outbound. Yes, he might expect to be maybe slightly short on the turn, but there is no major problem there. You should be able to correct it within 10-20 degrees correction on the heading. But when you do an entry, you should think about this detail. You should think about the fact, am I gonna end up overshooting once I turn inbound to establish inside the holding, and set an heading which is correct, because on jet aircraft you don't have time to make the mistake and then correct. Okay, if this blue guy here would just go straight, by the time finish the turn he realize the problem and then start turning, it's too late. It's not going to be able to correct the problem. So it's very easy when you transition to fast aircraft, it's very easy to end up screwing up the hold entries because of this lack of consideration. Well, because the last one was on the Airbus, today we're going to use the 737.
Why you keeping me waiting? Lose trust me.
Welcome to Aviomar Flight Academy, a selected training partner of Ryanair for the provision of highly qualified and skilled pilots to the airline. Our industry-leading APS MCC course has been developed to provide future Ryanair pilots with the skills and competencies as required by the airline to commence the type rating on the Boeing 737-800 aircraft.
You will acquire competence to work in multi-crew environment, practicing tasks with CRM exercises. Unlike a standard MCC course, you will become competent in managing sequences of actions, and more complicated systems are presented on a line aircraft. Ultimately, only in the Ryanair APS MCC the focus will be on the skills and competence required to meet the company standards and successfully complete the subsequent type rating line training.
Our training is conducted by instructors with direct Ryanair operational experience.
The standard of the simulator used in our Ryanair APS MCC course is specified to support that the training provided represents the real airline standard aircraft. The course is structured in a way to address areas where pilot can be weak during an airline assessment and to easily adapt to a modern airline working environment.
The extra emphasis on the core competencies, manual handling, airline standard simulators, and instructors will provide students with outstanding preparation for their upcoming assessment. Students will be exposed to Ryanair's safety culture and operational philosophy from day one of the program, in addition to having an exclusive access to a fast-track recruitment process. Program graduates will enjoy a distinctive advantage at the actual interview and assessment stage. Why choose a standard MCC course when you can have so much more? It will be our pleasure to welcome you at Aviomar Flight Academy in Rome.
Paolo's Pilot Lounge. Like and subscribe now.
Alright, so first of all, before demonstrating some hold entry, we have to discuss some of the methods we might use to determine the hold entry. Now, in this case, I have a snapshot of flight deck and HSI, and I have set the course on 180, pretending that I've been assigned a hold over Brussels VR, which is course 180 inbound, left turns. Let's start with the method of the left or right thumb that will help you in determine what is the hold entry. Okay, so in this case, I'm heading 045. Inbound Brussels VR, the holding is 180, left turns, and I want to know what entry it is. With the method of the thumb, what I have to do is to identify what is the 90 degrees point? So the 90 degrees point is here. I put my thumb on the left side, just covering basically 20 degrees, okay, and I can tell you that this is the offset entry sector, okay, and then I go on the other side, just opposite. So basically I take another 20 degrees below the beam, and what you have there is the parallel entry sector, and then I get all the remaining area, which is the direct entry sector. Now, how do I know which entry should I do? Well, I have to look at the radial. So this method works well if the holding has been given to you as a radial, or otherwise you can think of what is the track that I should fly once I am outbound in the holding. I just told you that the holding is 180 inbound left turn. That's the reason why I used the left thumb. If it was 180 inbound right turns, I would have been using the right thumb. Now, because it's left turns and is 180 course is laying on radial 360. So I have to look at radial 360, and I find out that radial 360 is here. So this radial 360, we are laying in the offset entry. So I have determined that we are doing an offset entry. Perfect, but now the question becomes, okay, once I reach the station, what do I do? And now we have to use a mnemonic method. So we have to memorize what are the actions I should do once I enter an offset holding. Now, when I enter an offset holding, I should turn 30 degrees off from the radial on which the holding is based. The holding is based on radial 360, so I should turn 30 degrees off, which means I have to choose between radial 330 and radial 030. Which one is the correct one? Well, there is a mnemonic method. The acronym is LARS, so you can use the name of this guy, LARS, to remember the left you add, right you subtract. So now, because it's a holding with left turns, well, left you add. So it's 360 or 000 plus 30 makes 030. So it means that once I overfly the station, I should fly track 030 for 1 minute and then turn again. Again, I have to memorize, but where do I turn? Left or right? Well, in an offset entry, the turn in the same direction of the holding. So after 1 minute, I will turn in the same direction of the holding. I will turn left because it's a left-hand turn. Okay. Let's take another example. So I'm still flying direct to the station, but in this case, I will select a different course because the holding has been given to me as being course 270 inbound with left turns. So what I will do is that I'll set course 270. There we go. Just as a reminder of what the holding is, and now I can do this calculation again. Well, 270 course inbound is radial 090, so I look at where 090 is laying, and I find out that 090 is straight into the parallel entry sector. So this visual method tell me it's a parallel entry. Perfect. What should I do to enter parallel on an holding which is 270 inbound with left turns? Well, I should fly parallel. I should fly the opposite track. So once I reach the station, I will fly on heading 090, opposite track, and then this time I have to remember that on the parallel entry I turn the opposite direction of the holding. So if it's a left turn holding, after 1 minute I will have to turn to the right. I will turn to the right and I will fly direct to the station, or well, determining what heading I will be flying to re-establish inbound the hold, especially if it's a procedural hold and I want to be established inbound the course and not flying direct to the station. Well, in this case is not going to be that particularly easy, but it remains the fact that this technique help you in identifying. Let's do the example of the direct entry. Let's pretend that the holding has been defined to you as a course, well, the opposite one, 090 inbound, still left turns, okay? So I set the course 090, just as a reminder, and now that the course is set, I can make my calculation. Course 090 inbound left turn is radial 270, So radial 270, we're now laying in the direct entry sector. So that's where I am. Direct entry sector, which means that as I reach the station, I will fly exactly the outbound track. I will turn directly in the outbound. So I told you is course 090 inbound. So once I'm outbound, I will fly 270 with left turn. So I reach the station, turn left, 270, and again when I finish, I'll be in the station. I'll start the minute. When I finish the minute, I will start turning again, but it's gonna be not extremely easy to determine on which heading, because I cannot expect to be perfectly established on the 090, so I will have to take a heading to intercept. It's not that easy to determine which heading is gonna be at the end of the minute, but still this method, not being extremely precise, but still give me a good help. But it requires quite a good amount of memory in remembering what are the direction of turn, what are the heading that you have to use into the holding. Okay. All right. Another method that same as the thumb method require a little bit of combination between memory and visual is the 3-finger method. Now, 3-finger method, that there are several methods with the 3 fingers. But still, the one I will present to you, I think, is the easier one to remember, where you use your 3 fingers basically to depict the 3 entry sectors by radials. So these start to give you a bit more clear idea, because you compare directly with the radio where you are. You don't have to convert the holding like it is in this case 180 inbound left turns. You don't have to convert into a radial. So you keep 180, you point your 3 fingers with the index pointing on 180. Of course you have to use the left hand if it's a left hand turn, you have to use the right hand if it's a right hand turn, and now in between your little finger and your index you got the parallelentric, and between the thumb and the index, which is the smaller sector, you got the 70-degree sector of the offset entry. So now you just have to see where is the tail of the needle falling at the moment as you fly to the station, and these tell you what entry you will be doing. In this case, you are by all evidence in the offset entry. But now, once we determine this, again, I have to ask you, okay, but what heading we will fly once we are over the station? And again, if it's an offset, you have to remember that it's the last, so it's left add, but you have to add to the outbound leg. So it's the 180 has to be converted in 360. Once you convert it 360, you add 30, and 030 is going to be the final result. And you have to remember that at the end of 1 minute in the offset entry, you turn the same direction of the holding, so it's going to be a left turn. If it's another entry like we did in the beginning with 270, let's set the course 270 once again. With the 270, same thing, you point your index, and then you see that now the tail of the needle, so our current radial, falls within your index and your little finger, which means you are in the parallel entry. Same thing, I tell you, okay, what shall we fly now? Once we fly over to reach the station, we fly the outbound leg parallel, so again 270, so the opposite is heading 090. After 1 minute you have to remember by heart that in the parallel entry you turn the opposite direction of the holding, so if it's a left turn holding you will be turning to the right, and determining the heading you need to get back on track eventually before reaching the station is going to be quite a difficult exercise. Same thing if I set the 090 inbound, because the holding 090 inbound, I point my hand with the 3 fingers, and I realize that I don't fall neither in the 110 degrees, neither in the 70 degrees, rather in the direct entry sector. So as soon as I fly over the station, turn left and turn outbound onto the 270 in this case, because the inbound was 090 with left turns, we say it. So this method, very similar to the thumb method, it's an alternative to that, I would say, both of them combining visual and mnemonic methods. Let's go to visual methods now. We say the align to the north method. And well, let's start again with the first holding that I stated. The first holding we said was 180 inbound left turns. So I'll set the 180, although in this case the course is not particularly necessary, okay? I could set the course 180. What I have to do is to find a place where to reason aligned to the north. I have to look where am I, and I have to reason aligned to the north. So basically what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna take something that sounds good for me for the reasoning, like the attitude indicator. I just put station in the middle, and I take where we are radial 225, so just take radial 225, that's where we are, okay? I'll try to draw it a bit better. So I just draw it a bit better, that's where we are. The 180 inbound is course 180, again is radial 360, so that's the holding. And once the aircraft reaches the station, it will turn to the left, so that's the left turn of the holding. And now I can see that yes, I am in the definitely in the offset sector, and when I reach the station I have to move it in this direction, which is 30 degrees with the radial 360, course 180 inbound is 30 degrees of that is 030, so I obtain the same result. Now this method, which for the radial is not too bad, when we start talking about holdings, it starts to be a bit marginal, because you see that it requires a bit of mathematics. For example, we know that the sector of entry for the offset is 70 degrees. So if we were in this area, it would be quite difficult to determine whether we are offset or direct. So it's not the easier method earned, but it definitely does not require the use of the HSI, and still give you a good situation awareness, does not require particular strong use of memory, okay? Let's go with the example, the second example we did, where the holding was 270 inbound left turns. Same thing, I have to determine where is, with the station in the middle, where we are. We're still in the same position, but this time the holding is 270, so it stays on radial 090, that's radial 090. Reach the station, we do the left turn, and so here again we can visualize that we are in the parallel entry, because it's evident that anything that is within this sector, okay, 110 degrees of sector, it's the parallel entry sector. Again, if we were at the limit of this sector, it would require a bit more mathematics. You have to start doing the math, and I would say the method is not particularly friendly. Let's start with the last example we had, where I told you that the holding was 090 inbound with left turns. Now once again I determine where we are, we're there, the station is still in the center of the instrument, that's the 090 inbound, radial 270, 090 inbound with left turn, that's the holding, okay. Once I've drawn the holding, again I can easily determine we are in the direct entry sector, because this is the offset sector, okay. That's the offset, parallel is on the other side, and we're definitely in the direct. Once again, if it would be in a different situation, you know, wouldn't be easy. Like for example, just to add something that we didn't do before, but if I would tell you, okay, the holding happens to be 190 inbound left turns, now it starts to be a bit more tricky, because we're there, that's the station, okay, 190 inbound is here, okay, and once you reach the station you turn to the left, okay. So I have to determine, are we within or not the 70 degrees, because that's the offset sector, okay. But you know, are we within the 70 degrees or not? And I have to start doing the math. So we say 190 inbound, so basically from radial 190 plus 70, which means 260, yes, we're okay. Let's do this other example where I tell you that the holding is established as 140 inbound left turns. Course 140 inbound, it's the opposite radial, so it's radial 320, that's the inbound with left turns, okay, that's the holding. Course station is there, and you're still there on the 225, as the instruments still tell us, okay. But you see now it starts to be quite complex, because I have to determine, am I within the 70 degrees, yes or no? okay, that start to be a quite complex one. So I have to do the math and I have to make the calculation, say, okay, 140 plus 70 is 210, I am on 225, so no, I'm outside by 15 degrees, so it happens that my position is here and outside by 15 degrees of the offset entry, so I should fly a direct entry, okay? So as soon as I overfly the station, then I fly outbound on 320, okay? Yeah, this method is not bad, but in some circumstances require doing some math. So it might be a good method as well. Let's review another method again. So I'll cancel all of this. And now the fix-to-fix, or the VOR method. Now the fix-to-fix is very simple, because basically you take the holding as depicted on the dock 8168 and you glue it on top of your HSI. If it would be possible to have one piece of paper in the pocket and glue it on the instrument every time you get holding, that will be very, very handy, I would say. But of course, I mean, for your instrument check or when you do an assessment within a company, it does not really look very professional that you put your piece of paper on top of the instrument. But if you do that, basically this would give you the answer straight away and you wouldn't have to do any calculation, because you see in this case it's evident that 180 bound left turns, it's evident that it's 030 the 30 degrees, and you have to turn left at the end of the turn. There's no way you're gonna turn right, because otherwise you fly in the wrong direction. Okay, now if I set the opposite, if I set the second holding we discussed, the 270 inbound, still left turns, okay, there we go, 270 inbound left turns, you see, same discussion. Now we are coming in from the parallel sector, obviously flight 090, there is no doubt we have to turn right at the end of the holding, otherwise you fly outside in the unprotected area of the holding. And same thing for the direct entry, there is no problem at all. Now we have to find, however, a way to get rid of this piece of paper, because you can't put this piece of paper in your pocket, you know, and stick it on front of the that's it with the 090, sorry. But I said, yeah, we have to find a way to sort out this problem, you know, and to how can I say, to be able to determine the holding without being in the need of gluing this piece of paper on top of the instrument. So how can we determine this? Well, again, we have to use a little bit of memory this time to visualize. So the memory is used to visualize the holding, so to reproduce the dock 8168 onto your instrument. So let's start again with the 180 inbound left turn, which we now very well know it's a direct entry holding. What I'm gonna do is that I have to depict the holding, of course. So I have to imagine the aircraft flying inbound the station as any other fix-to-fix or VOR method. The station is in the middle, your aircraft is in the tail, on the tail of the needle. I imagine this aircraft flying, establishing to the holding, flying inbound, reaching the station and turning to the left. There we go, that's the holding depicted. Alright, this is the very first exercise I have to do, to depict the holding before even seeing where am I, okay? Yeah, it turns out that many pilots have difficulty actually in visualizing this holding, so it might be not an easy exercise for everyone. Once this one is done, I have to identify the three sectors of the entry. So when you use this technique, you have to be very disciplined, because it's very easy to rush. The method itself, it's easy, so it's easy to rush, but you must not rush. How do you do this? Well, you use the dots of the HSI to help you. So you see the dots of HSI points to the 270, okay? And I just count 1 and 2. Again, same as the thumb rule, you know, 1 and 2, because this give me the edge or the 70 degrees for the offset entry. So once again, don't rush, don't jump to the conclusion that we are in the offset entry, because we are indeed. But the best thing is that you identify the three sectors before taking the final decision, so that if you did a mistake, you can recover it. How did I determine that this is the sector of the entry? Because as soon as I draw the holding, the first thing I draw is the 30 degrees radial. Okay, that's the 30 degrees radial that I will use as a reference to the turning point, and that I would use as a reference if I am on the offset entry. So today, yes, I am in the offset entry, so I will use it. But in any case, what I do is that you draw this 30 degrees, go the opposite side around. Okay, once I go the opposite side around, I determine, okay, the offset entry must be there. How do I determine exactly the radials from which I fly an offset entry? Well, any radial, if I find myself from radial 180 to radial 250, that's an offset entry. Okay, then I go and determine what is the parallel entry. Now the parallel entry, same thing. Use the dots of the HSI. These bring you to the 90 degrees. You take 1 and 2, and this is the limit of the parallel entry. So any aircraft finding himself from radial 180 to radial 070 will be flying the parallel entry. Okay, and anything else, of course, is the direct entry. Now this method, again, turns out being a very accurate one, because I can factually visualize what's going to be my route. Let's fly direct to the station, turn slightly, okay, to the left by 20 degrees, and after 1 minute I will be turning to the left and joining the holding, being outbound. Okay, let's apply again the same reasoning. So you see, actually this method takes a bit more time. Don't be visual, you have to be disciplined in creating the visualization correctly, because the problem is that the method is too easy and you tend to rush, and then you end up doing mistakes. So make sure you don't rush. Okay, let's now take the example, the second example, say with the 270 inbound left turns. Okay, so you will remember we were in the parallel. Let's see if we got the same result. Okay, so that's 270 there, and we say the inbound left turns. So first of all, I have to draw the station. I have to imagine the aircraft flying course 270, so it stays on radial 090, and it flies 270 inbound the station. Once you reach the station, turns to the left, okay, and fly the outbound. So that's the holding. So once again, as I said before, first thing to do is to calculate what is the 30 degrees radial, because I will need it anyway later on for the radial. So it's radial 120. I go on the other side and I find radial 300. So this must be the offset entry. Okay, that's the teardrop entry. How do I determine this? I use the dot of the HSI. Okay, this brings me to 360. I count 1 and 2 lines. That's it. So from radial 270 to radial 340, we enter offset, which is not our entry. So I'm going to look for the parallel entry, which is going to be our entry. Again, I use the dot of the HSI. This brings it to 180. I count 1 and 2. And we are on 160 there. So this sector here is the parallel entry sector, okay, and all the remaining sector, of course, will be the direct entry sector. So if you are from radial 340 to radial 160, you are in the direct entry sector. Okay, so what's going to be my headings for the entry? Well, this one again is fairly simple because I can visualize it. My aircraft is here, I'm flying direct to the station, so I keep flying as I'm doing. Once I am over the station, I will turn and fly parallel and opposite track. So this is going to be my navigation once outbound, okay? And after 1 minute, obviously, I will turn to the right. So I don't need to memorize that it's opposite direction. The holding is left turns, I will be turning right turns. And I can see straight away that if the third heading I'm putting is going to be 270, it's not going to work, okay? So I'm going to have to put a heading that brings me more or less in this direction, okay? So if I want to intercept before, the heading we're going to select is going to be something around 330. So I can say that I'll fly to the station, right turn, something like heading 090, right turn again, something like heading 330, to intercept the course 270 inbound, and then I'll continue with the holding with the left turn. So here I can visualize clearly what the holding is, okay? Let's go with the last example we gave, which was the direct 090 inbound. So I'll set course 090 once again. Course 090, again I have to depict the holding with the aircraft being on the radial 270, course 090 inbound. That's the station. Once I reach the station, I turn to the left because it's left turns, and that's the holding, okay? Here we go, I got my holding visualized. Once again, be disciplined. So if you use this method, always start from 30 degrees anyway. You have to calculate this radial to perform your holding. to have your reference, radial 300. Radial 300 means that this is radial 120, the opposite one, that's the offset or teardrop entry, 70 degrees determined with the circles of the HSI. This makes 1 and 2, radial 160, anything between radial 090, radial 160, give me the offset entry. Now, from the radial 090, again I use the HSI, I count 1 and 2, and that's radial 340. So from radial 340 until radial 090, this will be the parallel entry sector, and of course this time I find myself in the direct entry sector. So anything from radial 340 to radial 160, we are in the direct entry sector. So direct entry meaning that I fly straight to the station as I'm doing, and I will turn outbound. Now you see that this yellow turn, if it's done with the same radius of this magenta turn, obviously it's going to be shorter. I'm going to have to turn like 45 degrees less than what the aircraft establishing the holding is doing. So I will not find myself here, but I will find myself a little bit inside the holding, okay? And because I'm a little bit inside the holding, after 1 minute, once I finish my outbound leg, I expect to overshoot a little bit, so I'll probably be doing something like this, okay? Meaning that I plan to put a heading 060 on the inbound turn. So basically I'm going to fly to the station, first step. Second step, I'm going to fly heading 270 on the outbound. Once I finish the 270, I'll turn to the left, just try a 30 degrees 060 just to get back. So if I overshoot the inbound, I don't get surprised, I expect it, okay? This method of course gives me a complete situational awareness, but as I said, it's ideally very simple, but it requires to be very disciplined, and it requires to have a solid method to determine the hold entry, so it's not easy to apply at the end of the day. This said, another technique that actually combines two of the techniques we already saw before is to have the method of the 3 fingers and imagining the hand that hold the holding in his hand. So this method is hold the holding in the palm of your hand, okay? It's a combination of 2 previous videos because we simply use the hand, left hand for left turns, right hand for right turns, imagining the hold inside the palm of your hand, and you use the index to little finger to determine the sector of the offset, the parallel entry, and while the offset lays within the thumb and the index, which actually correspond to exactly the method we have seen before. The only thing is that now, at this point, we remove our hand and we start using the dots of the HSI to determine exactly the angle. So we don't have to do any math, and we actually visualize then the holding on the HSI. So basically, we start with the 3 fingers method, but then we finish with the VOR method. So this method is a mix of the 2. I don't think it's a bad method, honestly, but I see there's very few pilots using it. For some reason, at some point, this method is not really loved by the pilot. I would say it's a very beginner stuff, but probably at some point pilots prefer just to go with the VOR method or just to use some other method. So up to you, that's an option. It's a method that exists. I will not discuss this method in my video today.
Paolo's Pilot Lounge. Like and subscribe now.
Alright, let's take some example now, and we'll try to sort it out with the different methods. But let's pretend that the holding has been defined as over Brussels VOR as being 350 inbound with the right turns. So the first thing I should do in this case is to set the course on 350. Now there's one thing I want to make you notice is that if I go, at the moment I'm navigating inbound Brussels VOR and I selected VOR lock, as you can see on the FMA, I have VOR lock green, meaning that VOR lock is active. Now if I go and select straight away course 350 inbound, I could do quite of a mess, because look at what's happening when I turn the course. See that the aircraft is turning, intercepted the new selected course. So if I set 350, it's going to be quite messy, because now the aircraft is going to think, is going to attempt to take a heading to set 350. Here it's not disconnecting. What will happen on the rear aircraft is that it will actually disconnect. So it's a good practice that you select heading select, so you go the so-called dead reckoning, so we continue on the heading. Presuming that there will be no significant change on the winds, I will be able to continue navigating inbound Brussels VR, okay? So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go with heading select. Actually, the correct way is first go heading select, then turn the course, not doing as I did in this case, okay? But now we stabilize inbound Brussels VR again, and we try to work out the entry for this holding, which is 350 inbound with right turns. So, using the thumb method, I should use the right thumb, putting on the right side, so I should put the thumb here. So I should cover 20 degrees, which means that this is the sector where I determine the teardrop or offset entry, okay? That's a sector of parallel, okay? And all the remaining sector is direct. To determine in which sector am I'll remind you, I have to calculate the reciprocal, so it's course 350 inbound. The reciprocal is radial 170, so basically the aircraft once is flying in the outbound leg is on heading 170, and you see that in fact the tail of the HSI remind me, so basically I am in a teardrop sector. Now, which heading will I be flying? Well, I have to use the LARS acronym to remember it. Left turn add no with right turns subtract. So outbound, it's we say 170, and therefore the 170 minus 30 is gonna give me 140. Okay, so once I reach the station, I fly 140 track using the VR for 1 minute. At the end of the 1 minute, because it's a right hand turn holding, I will turn to the right. Now, another way to determine, we say very similar way, but the other way to determine is using the HSI, setting the HSI on the correct course as it is now, 350, and I put my 3 fingers, okay, the other method of the 3 fingers. So I put in the 3 fingers, I determine the 3 sectors, okay. Now to determine the 3 sectors, it's not easy. Well, I mean, this give me the 3 sectors there. But it's not easy to determine, so we can use again the rule of thumb using 1 and 2. So that's it. If I am from radial 285 basically to radial 350, well, it cannot be 285, it's going to be radial 280 to radial 350, I am in the offset entry. And the other way around here, from radial probably, well, 110, from radial 110 to radial 360, that's a parallel entry, and all the remaining sector is direct. So again, I just have to look at which radial am I. I'm on radial 310, so I'm just in between 280 and 360. So again, I'm the offset entry. Now, once I've determined these, so was falling between the thumb and the index. Well, I didn't require to do all this calculation. It was quite evident that I was falling within the thumb and the index. So it could be easily defined that I was offset entry sector, but again, now I have to determine, same as I did before, I have to determine what am I going to do once I'm over the station. So I have to reason by saying, okay, once over the station, I will fly 30 degrees from the outbound. So the outbound route is 190. I have to take 30 degrees, LARS again, left, add, right, subtract is a right turn, so I have to subtract, so 170 minus 30 again give me 140. So I fly 140 for 1 minute, and then I will turn to the right, because I have to memorize that on the offset I turn on the same direction of the holding, and it's a right turn holding. Let's use the method aligned to the north. Now I don't need the course anymore here, but I have just to set the on an instrument, whatever reference, could be the FMS, could be the ATI indicator, station is in the middle. We said the holding is 350, course 350 inbound, so slightly off the course 360, so this is the holding, okay. This is course 350 inbound, and it's right turn, so once I fly over the station, I turn to the right, there you go, I have depicted my holding, okay. And then I have to determine where am I. I'm on radial 310, so if this is radial 270, basically this is radial 300 and this is radial 330, radial 310, I'm here. You see, yeah, here it's easy, that's 70 degrees, okay, so yes, I am by 20 degrees in the offset entry. And now again, I can determine, okay, I fly direct to the station, then I fly this one. Again, the math is not easy here, I have to do a little bit of math. 350, the reciprocal is 170, minus 30, 140, and then I turn right again to go inbound, okay? So this method, the line to the north, as I said, it's okay, but it's quite tricky with the maths. You must be very good in doing mental calculation using this method, okay? Finally, let's use the method of drawing the holding, so the fix-to-fix method, where I draw the holding over the instrument. Basically, the aircraft is on the tail of the needle, but we say we don't look at the aircraft initially, we just look where is the station, where is the holding. And the holding is on QD mic 350, so it's the opposite radial, radial 170 to the station. That's the inbound leg of the holding. Once we reach the station, we turn to the right, and here we go, that's the holding. So the first thing we do, it's finding the 30 degrees, so I do 1, 2, and 3, that's the 30 degrees, 140, and that's 30 degrees radial, that I will need it anyway for the holding. I go on the opposite side, and I find the sector of the teardrop. So this one is sector on the teardrop, until which point I use the dots. Dot says 250, 27, 280. So here we go, that's sector 280 to 350. This is the offset entry, and we are in the offset entry. But just for discipline, I'll continue with the exercise, saying for the offset, for the parallel entry, that's until radial 100, sorry, so radial 350 until radial 100. We are in the parallel entry, and everything else, all remaining sector up to there, up to 280, it's the direct entry. So definitely we're here, our aircraft is on the tail of the green needle, so we are definitely the offset entry sector, okay? So what's gonna be the track I am gonna fly for this entry? Well, it's quite easy. I will fly straight to the station as I'm doing, okay? I will follow this 140 for 1 minute, and after 1 minute is a right turn and turn inbound. I expect to be spot on the 350 inbound, okay? So, as I say, this method is quite easy if you know how to visualize. If you're good in visualizing things, this method is quite easy. Alright, so let's talk, let's take another example. Let's pretend that you have been assigned with an holding over Brussels VR, which is 180 inbound with right turns, okay? First of all, let's not do the mistake that we did before. First of all, I will center the heading, I will click heading select, and with the heading select shown, I will now set the course 180 and start doing my calculation, okay? With this set, let's start with the thumb method. Now I have to think what radial is the holding on. Is on radial 360, so the abound track is 360 and it's right turn, so I have to put right thumb. I cut off basically 20 degrees, which means that up to 125, that's my offset entry. Okay, that's the offset part, the remaining is parallel. My radial 360 lays in the parallel sector. Now I have to remember by heart, okay, once I reach the station, what do? Well, I fly directly the outbound heading parallel, so I fly 360, and when I fly a parallel entry, I have to turn the opposite direction, so I have to learn by heart that because it's a right turn, I will have to turn opposite, left turns, okay? Again, determining what's going to be the correct heading to get back on track and intercept before the station is going to be very difficult, but I can say, okay, I'll keep turning until I fly at least direct to the station. That's the thumb method used with the memory part. Other solution is that I can use the 3 fingers rule. Again, it's a right turn, so I have to use the right hand, okay? And now you see it's by all evidence I'm falling within the index and the little finger, so I'm by all evidence falling in the 110 degrees of the parallel entry, so I don't need to do any calculation. Otherwise, yes, I would need to do some calculation to determine that I'm actually within, and if I have the doubt, I have to do 180 plus 11, 290, so from radial 180 until radial 290, that's the parallel entry sector. But I would say this is this method, it's very easy. Now with 3 fingers that determine we're in parallel, again I have to learn by heart. Parallel entry, I'll fly the radial outbound, so not the radial, but the heading corresponding to that radial. So I'll fly heading 360, after 1 minute I will turn opposite direction. It's a right turn holding, so I will turn to the left. Let's use the alignment to the north method. So again, I'll take the attitude indicator because it's the one I'm more comfortable with. So I take this one and I draw my holding, which lays on radial 360 and bound the station, okay, and it's right turn, so that's my holding. Alright, once I've drawn the holding, I determine where am I. I'm on radial 245 basically. So radial 245, that's more or less here that I'm finding myself. And again, I can easily visualize that it's gonna be a parallel entry. I'm gonna overfly the station, and that's what I'm gonna do. After 1 minute, I'm gonna turn to the left, as we say, the opposite direction. I'm gonna get back. So which heading could I put? Well, probably gonna put a heading which is in the range of 120, something like that. Could be a good heading to get back on track and join the holding. So this method again helps me quite well if there is no too much math to do. Let's use now the method of the VOR, or the fix to fix. Again, this method, you have to be disciplined with that. First of all, draw the holding. Station is here in the middle. Draw your holding. The aircraft is already 360, flying inbound the station. Okay, after the station, we turn to the right this time. That's the right turn. So this is my holding done. The first thing I have to do is to find 30 degrees radial. So the 30 degrees radial is here, is 330. Anyway, I'm going to need it when I fly the holding. I'm going to need this 2 radial, the 270 and the 330 as a reference for the holding. So I continue with 330, opposite side, 150. This is the offset entry, and I do with the dots of the HSI 090, 1 and 2 line. I do 110 until radial 180. This is the offset entry. Now I go on the opposite side of this offset entry, using the dot of the HSI again, 270, I had 1 and 2, and from radial 290 to radial 180, that's the parallel entry sector, and indeed I am in the parallel entry sectors. All the remaining sector, of course, would be the direct entry. So again, I can visualize I'm flying direct to the station. Once I reach the station, I'll fly parallel on 360, okay, and then I'll fly to the left. Obviously, it's no other option, to the left, and heading 120, it doesn't look too bad. So I would say heading 120 is perfect. So heading 120 to join the holding again, okay, and being established. Well, we have seen all the method applied to this holding this time. Let's fly this holding. Let's see if I can manage to do this hold entry. So, and let's fly a bit faster, and let's see how this hold entry looks like. Of course, one thing I can do once I've determined the hold entry is to reset the course to the current course and use nav again for the navigation. Otherwise, with the wind, I will lose the navigation. Well, in this simulator, there's no wind at the moment, so the game is pretty easy, okay? But to avoid any problem, here we go. I center the HSI, and now I'll go Vorlock, and of course now I can continue the navigation. Once I get to the station, I'll set course 180 again. There we go, we are approaching the station, 3 nautical miles. Now I have to forget about this land distance. We're 5,000 feet, 1 nautical mile, 6,000 feet, so this DME minimum reading is going to be in the range of 0.6. So it's more or less the good point where we're approaching the cone of confusion. I'll go heading select, I will reset my course to the 180, sorry, that's speed, my mistake. Normally you would decelerate to 220 knots, actually I should do it now, but I'll keep the speed for the purpose of the exercise. Reset 180, look at DME, 1 DME, you see 0.9, at 0.8 I should be more or less in the corner confusion. There we go, the VOR is turning, so I am over the corner confusion. Let's turn outbound to the left, as we said, 360, and I prepare the timer. Now of course I can never be in the station for the timer, so for the parallel entry, so of course I will start the timer now with the wings level. So let's start the 1 minute now. A consideration I could do is the ground speed with 260 knots of ground speed. We are doing something around 5 miles and a half per minute. So after 1 minute, what I expect to see something like 6 nautical miles. And see, now we're approaching the minute in 5 seconds, and we are 7 nautical miles, which 250 knots makes sense. So let's turn to the left. We say there would be a left turn. So let's turn to the left all the way around. We say adding 120 could be a good heading to turn back. Let's see how it goes. Now, I'm flying the incorrect speed. I should be flying 220 knots. If you realize you do so, consider the fact that you are decelerating during the holding. If now I would decide to decelerate, I would reduce my radius of turn. By reducing the radius of turn, obviously, I would need to take less heading. Probably it would be better to select heading 150. So now I'm just evaluating how the situation is going. I expected to overshoot a bit earlier. You see that 90 degrees still didn't, pass the radial on which the holding is based. So probably I've been a bit too late with turn when I turned outbound, which means I was too much in the unprotected area of the holding. So because I'm overshooted less than expected, it might be a good idea to keep less heading. Or anyway, what I do at this stage, is that I just look at what is the angle between the course I want and the actual QD mic, okay? So I go 1 second in pause. Let's see if I can do it. Okay, alright, and what I do normally is that I take this error. You see, that's the error I have at the end of the turn. Okay, I want it to be QD mic 180, and I actually am on QD mic 166, something like that. Okay, so it's some kind of 16 degrees off. Well, what I do, I just double the error. So I put 16 degrees on the other side. So basically, adding 150 is going to be more than enough. If I double the error, half of distance, which means more or less 3 miles, I should be able to be established. This is the error. I just double the error, take the same angle on the opposite side. That's more or less where I want my current heading. So basically, I can just roll out on this heading. 150 is going to be more than enough, which is consistent with the consideration we did before, saying that I overshooted less than what it was expected. Okay, so I just update my heading there. Heading 150, we say it would be enough. Let's take this heading. And at this point, you see, we're just 10 degrees off, so I can even start turning inbound straight away. Okay, because we're 10 degrees off, basically on it. Now, I'm gonna wait a second, because I want to make this turn with 25 degrees bank. And as we sensibly establish, I will go with Vorlock. Vorlock, I expect it to engage straight away. Let's see if it goes. Here we go, Vorlock, and now Vorlock will do the rest of the job on tracking the radial inbound. I will use it to see if there is any crosswind correction. Of course, now Vorlock is working to correct this 3-4 degrees overshoot that I did. But once we are established inbound, I will use the Vorlock to see if there is actually any wind correction angle or not. Now, I don't expect, because the IRS does not give any wind in this case. Now, once we are over the station, that's it. We entered. Our parallel entry is finished. Once we are over the station, again, I expect a land distance of 0.8 nautical miles. Once we are over the station, I will turn to the right again on heading 360 for the outbound leg. So let's just prepare the heading, because we're in Vorlock. Actually, no, I will keep the heading center, because as we approach the station now, I will just go ahead and select, you see, 0.8. Here we go, we're passing the station. I'll turn to the right, heading 360. Okay, I'll turn to the right, heading 360, and I expect not to need any wind correction angle. In this case, there is no wind. Now, my reference point, start the time, is going to be the radial 270. So at radial 270, once again, I'm going to start the 1 minute. And after the 1 minute, I expect myself to be on radial 330. Okay, let's see how it goes. There we go. We are rolling out of the turn on heading 360, maybe just a bit early, because in theory we should have been rolling out to 70, given the fact that there is no wind. We rolled out maybe 6 degrees before, not the end of the world. We are in the station now, and I start the timing 1 minute. And as I said, after 1 minute, I expect to be around 330. Let's see if this works. Alright, there we are at the end of the minute. We're just 5 degrees off. Not too bad, I would say. So we can turn inbound, of course. And what I'll do is that I will not go really straight on the inbound heading, but I will leave a little bit of intercept angle. Why? Because I expected to be on radial 330 and I was on radial 335, which means I was a little bit too much outside. And for this reason, I leave an heading that brings me back to the intercept. Okay. Let's see how we roll out of the turn. I expect to undershoot, given the fact that it was 5 degrees more than expected at the beginning of the turn. Okay, there we go. We're coming back to the intercept. Actually, it turns out that 5 degrees are more than acceptable, because I'm more or less coming perfectly on the radial, so there's no problem with that. I'll just continue turning, and I will click the Warlock, which will do the rest of the job for me. It intercept the radial, and we'll do the corrections to track the radial inbound. So that's it. That's my holding flown. Okay. If I want to depict what I did on my HSI using the fix-to-fix method, that's station. Okay. I'm sorry I didn't draw it. So let's go with this. This is the station. This is my aircraft. That's the holding. Okay. That's the right turns. At the end of the minute, I should be on 330. What happens is that it turned out being slightly too much. I was there rather than there. Not too much. Still on the inbound turn, I was correct. So I didn't need to make any correction on the ending. Okay. Of course, now I'm going to be looking at the DME once again. Once we get 0.8, turn to right. Continue with the holding, but we will rather go with a further exercise. There we go. Alright, so that's the situation. We've been cleared to intercept the course 100, the QD Mike 100 inbound Brussels VR, and hold over Brussels VR. The course inbound of the holding being 150 inbound with right turns. So I have to determine, of course, what kind of hold entry is it. And let's see how the different methods works in this circumstance, where not flying actually direct to the station. So if I want to start by using the thumb method at 90 degrees, I have to concentrate myself and think that once I will be inbound, I will be on this heading. So the 90 degrees happens to be there. It's a right turn, so I have to put my finger there, covering these two numbers. Okay. So this is the offset entry, okay, and then I go opposite side, and this is the parallel entry, and all the rest, this area there, all of this is the direct entry, okay. So the radial will be 150 left turn. Now this causes a little bit of problem. This poses a little bit of problem because I can't turn the HSI in this case. So I have the difficulty. Well, on a multi-crew aircraft, this difficulty might be sorted out by going to the pilot monitoring side and setting the course on the pilot monitoring side. So what I could do is to go and set 180 on the pilot monitoring, course 150 on the pilot monitoring, and this will help me in the reasoning. But the problem is, if I have only one HSI or only one reference for the navigation, then it becomes quite complex. But anyway, what I should do is, considering 150 inbound which stays on radial 330 to be flown inbound. So turns out that I am in the direct entry sector just by 20 degrees, because you see that the direct entry sector is just here. So this one might be quite a tricky one, I would say. That's the direct entry sector, okay, 330. So from this 350 we would be in the parallel. So again, I would say, okay, we fly 100 QD Mike 100 inbound the station. Once we reach the station is a direct entry, so I'll straight away turn to the right on heading 330 and join the holding. Okay, let's use the 3 fingers method. Now with the 3 fingers method, again, I have to point the index onto the course, and I have to think what will be my radial once I will be inbound. So currently I am on this radial, but I will be on this radial. So I don't have to look at this, but I have to look at this, okay? And then I point the index of my right hand, okay, on the 150, and you see that well, I would say in this case it's quite evident that I will be in the direct entry. But if I have to the doubt, I have to do 150 plus 110, which makes 260. And again, when I will be on the 260, okay, that's the limit. So currently I would be, if I would go direct, I would be in the offset, sorry, in the parallel entry. But actually I will turn out being on the direct entry. So this will be a direct entry, okay? And again, I have to learn by heart that direct entry, well, I just saw it fly the station and then turn right, because it's a right hold turn, okay? So let's do this calculation using the north align method. So this is the station, of course, and I am coming in, or I will be coming in from the radial 280 QD Mike 100. So that's where I'm coming in, okay, this direction. And the holding itself is going to be 150 inbound with right turn. So that's going to be the holding basically, okay? That's the holding over the station, and as I reach the station I turn to the right. So that's the holding, okay? So here again, I might have a sensation that it's direct, but again, in this case it's not easy, so I have to do a little bit of math to find out whether I am in the parallel or in the offset, because it really looks like I'm in the edge of it, and yeah, it's quite difficult to determine. So the easier way will be again to calculate what radial is this one, the opposite of the holding, which is of course the one I gave you, the holding 150, so that is radial 150, and 150 plus 110 makes 260. Then I look at the radial we'll have, it's 280. So I determine that 280 is going to be a direct entry. But with this method, determining whether it's direct or parallel, yeah, it could be, in this exercise, it could be quite a tricky one. Not impossible. If you're good with the method, you're gonna make it, okay? But yeah, it's gonna be a tricky one indeed. Let's use now the fix-to-fix method. So I have to use the HSI, but again, now in this case, the easier thing is to use the pilot monitoring HSI, because he has the holding set on it. So what am I gonna do is that I'm here, okay, so I'm gonna use the pilot monitoring HSI, that's the station, that's where my aircraft is, and while I'm flying straight, and I'm gonna intersect the Mike 100, and that's where I'm gonna go. And the holding happens to be 150 inbound with right turn, so that's the holding, okay, station, right turn, so that's the situation, okay, so that's what I'm flying. And at this point I have to find the 30 degrees, always start from the 30 degrees radial, which is there. Actually my holding is not really well depicted, but that's the 30 degrees. So basically I go there, and that's the offset entry sector. How they determine the points there, 2 points, that's once, twice, two lines there. So from radial 080 to radial 150 is going to be the offset, and then I go again, the dots there, I get 1 and 2 lines. At the moment I would be in the parallel, but as I will be here on the radial 280, as we discussed, I will be in the direct entry sector. So I can visualize the fact that once I reach the station, I can't do this turn, you know, in 1 second, so it's going to take a while to do this turn. And while I do this turn, I'll find myself a little bit inside, so I expect that when I finish the turn here, I will have to turn back. So I reach the station, I will fly the outbound heading of 330 after the minute. I will fly heading, which is probably something in the range of 180, heading 200, in order to recover this overshoot that I expect to happen, okay, during the hold entry. So this method gives me a bit better situation awareness. Now, if I have just one HSI, this will be not impossible to do, but still a bit more work. Because if I go and draw this on the HSI with the course 100 set, I have to think that's my aircraft, okay, that's the station. That's what I'm doing, flying and flying is at the station, okay, and then the holding is, well, same as we drew before, radial 300, okay, inbound with right turns, and that's the holding. Okay, sorry, that's radial 330, the reciprocal 150, so that's the holding, and that's the radial 300 for the offset. So this is the offset entry sector, okay, but now I don't have the dots of the HSI to help me. So here it starts to be quite a tricky one, not impossible as I said, but start to be a bit more tricky. And then I have to determine the parallel entry sector. Again, not an easy one, because it's I don't have the HSI with the dots to help me. So it might get a bit too much complex, okay, using just one HSI. So a multi-pilot aircraft works very well because you use the pilot monitoring HSIs. On single pilot aircraft, yeah, start to be quite challenging, not impossible. Again, you could say, okay, I'll reset the HSI for a second, I do my calculation, and then I put it to 100. Yeah, it's an option as well. It's not prohibited. So your choice, but those are the various methods that I can present to you. Alright, let's move forward. Alright, let's take this case where we've been clear again to fly, we will fly inbound the station with a QD mic of 210, and the holding has been established over Barso VR 090 with right turns, okay? So okay, so now we have to determine what entry will be. Again, we can use the method of the thumb once again. 090 right turn, so I have to put the thumb on my right thumb. I have to think that my heading inbound will be this one once I move the station. That's the beam, so I have to put my thumb here, and this is the sector of the offset entry. I go parallel the other way, and this is the sector of the parallel sector. Parallel entry sector, sorry, and this is the direct entry sector, okay? So at this point I have to say, okay, the holding is 090 inbound, which means radial 270, and I find out that, here we go, on 270, just by 10 degrees, we are in the offset entry sector. So once I've determined we are in the offset entry sector, I have to think, okay, what will be my heading? I will be on 210 track inbound the station. Once I reach the station is an offset right turn. So in this case I use large left add right subtract. So I have to subtract 30 from the outbound. So 270 minus 30 makes 240. So I will be flying heading 240 for 1 minute. Actually, it's not a heading, it's a track. I will be tracking radial 240 for 1 minute, and then because it's a right turn, I will turn right again. Alright, now the methods of the three finger with the right hand would give you, of course, the same result. Of course, I have to point the finger on the 090, because this time I use the course inbound with the three fingers. So I point it on the 090, and I see that the tail of the HSI, so the radial on which I will be once I will be inbound the station, looks like falling within the thumb and the index, so that's a small sector of the offset entry. Now, it might be needed to do a little bit of calculation because that's pretty close, but it's quite evident because in this case that's 090, that's 30, that's 60, and that's 70 degrees. So if I have the doubt, I have to do a little bit of math. 0 and 0 minus 70 makes 020, okay? So again, with this I determined we are in the offset entry. Now once I determined that we will be in the offset entry, I have to calculate, okay, what will be my track, and again I have to use the large method, same thing. I will be tracking radial 240 bound for 1 minute, and then it's a right turn to join the holding 090 bound right turns, okay? Let's use the north aligned method. Let's see if this one, well, you can guess that there will be once again the problem of the math, so you must be very good with the calculation, but the station is there, okay? And at the moment we don't really mind where we are at the moment, but what we mind about is where we will be once we're being bound the station. We'll be on the radial 030, okay, inbound the station. So basically we'll be on this route to the station, and the holding we said is going to be 090, of course 090 inbound, so radial 270 and right turns, okay? So once again this looks like being the offset, but I might have the doubt, you know, is it an offset or not? So in that case I have to do the math and I have to calculate that this is 090, these are 60 degrees, so after 020 I am in the offset, so yes, I am in the offset. At this point I can determine that I live on this radial, which is 30 degrees less than the radial 270, so in fact is radial 240, 270 minus 30 makes 240. And then I will be turning right to join the holding. So this is the method of the north aligned, and again if you want to use the fix to fix or VOR method, we have to draw it on the VOR. Now in this case, once you have the habit, it's not that difficult to draw it on the HSI, or as I say, in this case it's very easy because you got a long way to go. So what you can do is take in mind this 210 and just to set for a moment the course inbound. So let's do this because maybe it's the most correct technique to use, okay? So we will set for just one moment the inbound leg of 090. So I'll set there 090. I just have to keep in mind I will be on radial 030, okay? Once this is done, just draw in my mind is that I will be here, okay, flying to the station, and the holding has been established as being 090 inbound. There we go, 090 inbound and right turns, that's the holding, okay? Once I draw the holding, as I always start from the 30 degrees, 240. Those are two typical points of the holding, radial 240, radial 180. Now 240 go the opposite way, that's the offset entry by 30 degrees. How do I determine? 1 dot, 2 dots, that's 0, I make 1 and 2. So from radial 0 to 0, and that's where I will be, radial 030. So from 0 to 0, 090, that's the offset entry, and all the remaining side, again, 1 and 2, all the remaining side up to radial 200 will be the parallel entry, and all the remaining, like I would be now, I would be on a direct entry. So I can determine we are in the offset entry, and I can determine that once we are inbound the station, I will fly 210 inbound, reach the VOR, I will turn a bit more than 240, probably something like adding 25 or 260 to go and rejoin the correct track 240, and at the track 240 I will turn right again, inbound the station, and I expect to be established, okay? So this is the holding as done with the different methods. Now let's clear all of this, and of course I have to reset my course 210. Of course, when I do all this turning, I should make sure that the VOR lock is not selected, because if I selected VOR lock, it might be that I accidentally intercept an incorrect radial once I'm turning. At this point, what I will do is that I normally will wait until I'm sensibly inbound the station to go VOR lock. So at this point, I just keep flying for this route that I have determined until I intercept the desired radial. Let's keep flying this radial for a moment, and then we will turn to the right. Alright, we're like 15 degrees, so I might decide that's a good moment to smoothen the turn. I'll take some 30 degrees intercept, and at this point I also arm lock, so that once we are on the inbound route, the lock will do its job. Okay. Once we are established on the inbound, the lock doing its job, and as nice as the aircraft, I will center the heading. Centering the heading, I will go on that reckoning, and I will finally set the correct course of 090, just to make sure that I didn't go anything wrong with my calculation. Okay. Now the lock is green, is doing its job. I can center the heading. And there we are, we sensibly inbound the station. I can start doing a quick calculation if I have the doubt. Okay, now because I'm inbound, now I can use any method I want. It's going to be easier, but basically the holding is here. Okay, it's going to be 090 inbound with right turns. So there's no doubt that's 30 degrees, that's 60 degrees. So yes, by 10 degrees I am in the parallel entry sector. In the offset entry sector. So again, I will be tracking radial 240 once we are off the station. Now, looks like we're pretty stable. I will just center the heading, go heading select. Now, I could set 090, which is probably the most correct setting to do. So that's the hold, just to remind me the hold, and maybe have a quick review just to verify my calculation was correct. But because I already determined that I have to fly 240, I will set 240 straight away. That's the radial outbound. Okay. Again, I have to consider this length distance, which is going to be something like 0809, because 1 nautical mile is 6,000 feet. I am at 5,000 feet. So I have to consider this land distance as well. So we'll wait until I see 08, and then I will start turning to the right, and then I will go lock with the tracking of 240 for 1 minute time, and this would be my offset entry. There we go, we're approaching the cone of confusion, 0.9, 0.8, and there we are over the station. Let's turn. As I said, I expected to overshoot a little bit, so let's put heading 250 initially. And let's see if it works. And in the meantime, I should start the timing. So the timer started now. Here we go. The radio is coming in, and I will go over lock, which will do the job for me. Lock has been captured. I still have some 30 seconds to go on the outbound. There we are at the end of the minute, so I will turn inbound by going heading select and resetting the course with the inbound leg of 090. Now, just to be on the safe side, I expect to roll out exactly on the correct heading, but just be on the safe side is good practice not select an heading which is on the opposite side of the VR. You see, if the bearing does not change, well, I shouldn't call it bearing, I should call it radial, but if the radial would not change, this heading would be correct to intercept the VR. So I just leave an intercept heading until I'm absolutely sure that I'm correct on the inbound leg. Now, theoretically, at the 90 degrees turn, at 90 degrees I should be just off of the angle. So it was 30 degrees, I should be 15 degrees. Now, it turns out it's less than 15, so it means that I probably overshoot. So now I select a correction angle on the opposite side, expecting this overshoot. Now, the overshoot is going to be so small that actually if I go lock, this will sort out the problem by itself. But yeah, actually not even overshooting. So yes, I could go lock straight away very easily, and this will do the job. There we go, lock is green, so just set the heading, of course. And that's my offset entry done, of course, over the station. Now I will turn to the right and maintain the holding with the right turns. A good practice to start timing again, just to see for the wind. Now I can see from the RS there's no wind, but for the wind correction it's a good practice to start timing on the inbound leg as well, just to see if there is any correction to be done with the wind. Good, let's go with another exercise at this point. We'll try to introduce a little bit of wind. Alright, in this case we are in a procedural arrival and we're flying 210 inbound at 10 nautical miles. We will turn to the right and fly the 050 inbound Brussels VR. However, once over Brussels VR, we will join the holding, which is 150 inbound with left turns. So, what will be the entry again? We first of all must clearly understand what we have to do. We have to continue on this track basically until 10 nautical miles. So just 1 mile to go, and then we turn right. That's not a big problem. Turn right, we'll intercept 050 inbound, and from the 050 inbound we intercept this holding 150 inbound with left turns. So again, let's use the time method. If this will be my inbound track, okay, it's a left turn, so I have to use the left thumb. This will be the beam here. Left thumb is placed here, so this knockout this little 20 degrees angle. By knocking out this angle, this is the offset entry. Same thing on the other side. This is the parallel entry. This is the direct. Okay, so I have to reason about thinking, okay, what is the holding radial? Is radial 330. Being radial 330, you see that we fall just underneath the thumb, so we fall in the direct entry sector. Okay, so direct entry sector was going to be my heading. Well, it's very simple. As I reach the station, I fly outbound. So it's a left turn left on heading 330. At the end of the minute, turn left again. But yeah, there's some consideration to do, and it's very difficult now to determine what will be the heading needed once we turn left again. If I use the 3 fingers method, I'm gonna have to use the left hand. By using the left hand, I would say come out with the inbound of 150. It come out pretty evident that yes, we will be on the direct entry sector, although yeah, the 70 degrees goes for 150, so maybe I will still need to do a little bit of math saying 150, 220, so yes, we'll be in the direct entry, but just by a little bit. Okay, but indeed at the moment we're beating the thumb and the index, but we will turn on the other side of the thumb once we are on the 230 outbound. If I use the north align method, I have to say, okay, that's the station here. Where am I at the moment? I am on 210, so more or less that's my position currently, and I'm flying this direction. Okay, and I want to intercept the radial 230 inbound, so I'll be more or less in this direction. And the holding, we say it has been established as course 150 with left turn. So basically it's on radial 330, 150 inbound, and it's left turn. So that's the holding, okay? So once I determine this, yeah, here I might be in the need of doing some math, but if I draw it properly, again, my guess it's direct, but yeah, probably you would need to do the calculation. So you would need to do the calculation of 150 plus 70, making once again 220. And doing everything mentally, I tell you honestly, is not my best. I would probably fail. But what I can see is that when I do the entrance, sorry, change color because blue is not a good color there. But when I do the entrance, I will be in this position. So at the end of the 1 minute, I will have to turn much more and do this maneuver to re-enter. So probably my heading is going to be something like 100, something like 090 when I turn the second time to fly this little leg and re-intercept. So here I can anticipate what's going to be the problem in this holding, that I will overshoot. So adding 100 is going to be okay. Now I should take into consideration the wind as well, because if you look at this wind this time, this wind is quite a significant one, and with all those methods the winds start to be quite complex. indeed with the dummy methods, but when you use this method you can start including the winds in the reasoning, and you see that the wind is more or less in this direction. So basically you will have tailwind pushing you outbound on the outbound leg in the holding, and it's going to be mainly headwind once you're inbound. So there's not much crosswind to correct, just a little bit, but still the crosswind could be significant. And once you are in the inbound leg, the crosswind will be coming from your left side, so which means that the wind is not going to help you in this turn, and it's going to push you a little bit out than what, a little bit more out than what you expect. Okay, let's clear all of these and let's do the fix to fix method to determine what's the holding. So we are indeed here, okay, on the tail of the needle. We have to turn right, and turning inbound and join the holding, which is 150 inbound. So that's the holding, radial 330 inbound, that's the station. Okay, and once we reach the station we turn to the left. Okay, so the easier way when we do this again would be to reset for just 1 second the course selector, so that I can do my reasoning. So I will do that. I will reset it with the 150 this time. So once I did this, I can do my calculation. You know, the holding has been drawn there, and of course, as I always say, look at the two relevant points: 060 radial, 360 radial. That's the basically the offset entry. So we can see that we are very close to the offset entry, but I use the dots of the HSI. That's 1 and 2. So as we calculated with the other entry models, you know, from radial 150 to radial 220 we are in the offset entry, but we will be in the direct entry here, and the parallel is on the other way around. That's 1 and 2, so it's from radial 040 to radial 150 is going to be the parallel entry sector. So yes, we are in the direct entry. Okay, to be precise, this entry sector has a specific name. It's called the special direct. So once you are in the 40 degrees, which is 90 degrees on the unprotected side of the holding, once you're in this 40 degrees, that's what is called the special direct, because the French, they don't reach the station as is done on direct and turn outbound as we should do, but what they rather do is that they reach the station and they fly the radius of turn straight, so it means 20 seconds straight, and then turn so that they find themselves directly on the outbound leg. It remains the fact that this maneuver is not coded, so while we could fly this, well, we should find a good reason to explain this to an examiner, for example, because as I said, I couldn't find any reference on the French documentation, and I couldn't find any other reference. So to make it simple, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to keep it on a simple direct entry. So if we make it a simple direct entry, of course what happens is that we overfly the station, we turn outbound, and as we said, when we turn inbound we're going to overshoot. Now the wind is coming from 1 to 9, that's the winds coming here, and you see the wind is going to be pushing me in the unprotected side of the holding. So yes, when I turn inbound, probably adding 090 is a good adding, or even more, so, or even less, maybe adding 080 could be a good adding. So yeah, I have to keep in mind that I have to give a good look to the wind, because that's going to be needed. Now the other thing I can do, it's because I got the HSI there, I can make the wind calculation straight away on this HSI. So I got 66 knots coming from 120, that's the wind, and that's my track. Okay, so that's my route once I'm flying the holding. So I can see that again I have nearly everything, because if this circle is 66, okay, I got 60 knots headwind there, and I can see that the crosswind component is going to be 30 knots. Now on the 737 you use more or less 1/3, which means that the wind correction angle is going to be 10 degrees, which means that once I'm established inbound, my heading, it's not going to be adding 150, but it's going to be rather adding 140 to maintain this 10 degrees wind correction angle. So once I've done all of these, I also determined what will be my heading once in the holding. Now I can reset my course again, And because I got a 10 DME, I promised 10 DME I would be turning. Let's turn inbound. We determined that this is a direct entry. Could be a special direct, but in this case I'll make just a simple direct entry. Now, because I have to make correction of the wind, what I could do is that in the outbound leg, because I was able to calculate, so if you know what the wind correction angle is, well, on the outbound leg you can start correcting for the wind at least once. I'm not saying twice, because probably twice would be the right thing to do, but one wind correction angle I would probably put it, which means that if the outbound heading would be 330, correcting the 330 with a heading into the wind would be heading 340. So once I reach the station, I will just go on heading 340. There we go, coming at the end of the turn, and what I'm doing again is I'm correcting twice the error. So what I'm doing is that I'm placing my heading, which is more or less twice the error I have with the angle with the station. So this is the angle with the station, and that's the heading I'm placing, okay? Now I should look at what is the crab angle. Normally I should be able to look at the track line, which is this white line, that's track line, but you see that by all evidence, for some reason the track line on this simulator is not working. This track line is correct, so it shows me that my current track is 055. So you see my track is here, so this white track line is there. In fact, this one is not moving. So to sort out the problem, I have to turn a bit more to the right in order to bring the track on something like 070. Otherwise I will never correct this off-track situation, okay? So what I'm looking at is just this track line, okay? This white line that has to be on 070. So I'm not looking at this heading, but I'm looking at this white line, which on this simulator is not depicted correctly, which should be there, okay? The white line should be indicating there. You see I'm applying track 072, so that is the correct track. So now I can say the green needle is coming back on track. As the green needle comes back on track, I can even give it Vorlock to make an automatic tracking of the route. There we go, and with the Vorlock I could try to see what is the wind correction angle, but it's irrelevant because anyway I'm interested in what will be the wind correction angle once I am on heading 330. So what I will do is that after the station I will turn to the left. We say that pre-calculated an heading of 340. So what I will do is that I will preset an heading of 034, which is the heading corrected by the wind that I have pre-calculated. Once I see it 0.8, I'm just gonna click on heading select, the aircraft will start the turn. Once I'm steady on the heading, I will gonna give a look the white track line, and we'll use the white track line to determine if I'm actually flying track of 330 or not. There we go, 0.9 over the station, 0.8, there we go. I'll go heading select, prepare the timer, because from wings level I'm gonna go 1 minute. And I'm gonna, again, what I'm gonna do is looking at the track line here, because what I want to see is that this white track line stays on 330. Okay, so that I'm sure that I'm correcting the wind correctly. So let's give a look at how the track line progresses. As I say, the normal you can see it from this white line, but by all evidence this white track line, it's a simulator problem, is not working well. So I just disregard it for the moment and I'm using the one on the primary flight display. There we go, we're on track 340. I expected track 330. I'm actually on track 332, which is not the end of the world, it's fine. For now, happy I can make this little correction as well, just to make sure. Of course, I have the time started, which is the most important. I can take this 2 degrees left just to correct and have the track of 330. Okay. Now, if I go on the expanded, here I can see what's going on. I see the track is 332, I'm on track 330. Of course, the holding was 150. I have to reset my course on 150. as we say, there's going to be a left turn on the heading of at least 090 once we are on the minute. Here we go. We got the minute, so let's turn left. Because it's a left turn holding all the way, heading 090. Let's go, let's see how it goes. Okay. So on this expanded mode, yes, the track line is working well, and unfortunately it's a simulator problem. If I go on the rose mode, the track line is unreliable, but I have it on the primary flight display. Perfect, no problem. Now, if I corrected the wind properly at the half of the turn, so once I'm crossing heading 240, I should be exactly on the inbound leg. So this overshoot is expected and is normal. And it looked like I even corrected by 4 degrees too much. So actually the loss of heading is not that bad. But still there is strong wind, you know, there is still this half of it, this 30 knots crosswind component pushing me outside. So having a good heading to recover this overshoot is a good idea. Maybe 090 turned out being a bit too much. We can reduce it a little bit. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, turned out we're just 10 degrees out. So with 10 degrees out, even if I want to correct it, I would say another 10 degrees due to the crosswind, I could roll out on this heading of 110. Let's go on the center so I can reason on the navigation display with the track line. Okay, and you can see that the error I have at the moment is here of 10 degrees. Okay, I just have 10 degrees. The track line is even now to the left because of the wind, so this is coming back pretty nicely and pretty fast. I can even arm the Vorlock, and this should bring me pretty fast onto the correct track and should correct it again. So you see Vorlock is green, we are intercepting. I can set that the heading on the 150, actually I won't set it on 150 exactly, I will set it on the what I expect the heading is, 142 at this point, 8 degrees of wind correction. Let's see how it goes. We're 8 DME, so the Vorlock should be able to do the right corrections to bring us back onto route. And I have to think ahead of what's going to be the outbound leg. Now the outbound leg, with this strong wind, I could reduce it even by 1/4 of the wind, so I got nearly everything headwind, like 70 knots headwind. So if I do 1/4 of it, we can call it 15 seconds, so I could do only 45 seconds. Now I don't want to overdo, so I'll just do a 50 seconds outbound leg. You remember what we say, we want the straight legs to be equal, or in a way not shorter than the turning legs. Okay, so yeah, I will do 50 seconds outbound leg from the beam. Okay, so you see now we're coming back on the track. We have a wind correction angle. You see the angle between the heading and the track at the moment. We are in the range of 4 degrees. So this heading, I'm talking of this error there, is in the range of 4 degrees, which means that on this track the wind correction angle is 4 degrees. Maybe it's going to be 5 as we start turning, because the crosswind increases as we start turning to the right. Just let the Vorlock work and I'll see how it goes. Once I'm outbound, I'm going to try to set 3 times the wind correction angle, obviously into the wind. So I'm going to decrease the heading by 3 times this wind correction angle. So at the moment, you see the wind correction angle is increasing to 6 degrees and I'm still not perfectly aligned with the course. I got 3 miles, so maybe we will manage to get perfectly aligned with the course. Although the computer already did, the Vorlock already did the big part of the job for me, because you see now wind correction angle is 7 degrees. So if I use 3 times the wind correction angle on the outbound leg, it's going to be 21 degrees to be corrected outbound, but probably not going to do more than that. So the correction is going to be 10 seconds less for the wind, 21 degrees to the right on the outbound for the wind. Okay. Perfect. 1.4, I can start preparing the heading to the right. Sorry, preparing the heading to the left. It's a left turn holding. .9, the DME. VOR flipping over. Normally I don't see the VOR moving like that because we are over the cone of confusion, so I just don't see the VOR. But let's go ahead and select anyway now, and I will turn to the left. We say heading 330, corrected by 21 degrees, so I'll try heading 351. For a white line, for a white track line of 330. Now the problem is that once I'm in expanded, I can't really see when the VOR is a beam, so I need to go center again just to see when I got the VOR a beam. Now a beam VOR is very easy because I just look at the dots. Okay, that's radial 060. Sorry, didn't get it. Let's get the pen. Just look at the dot, radial 060. So once I am over radial 060, I can start the timer. There we go. You see the wind is pushing me, so I have to start the timer now. Although I'm a beam, but I didn't finish the turn. Okay. Now, as timer is started, I go again on center. I want to see the white track line being on 330. Actually, a bit more, because I have to correct for the crosswind on the outbound turn as well. Sorry, for the inbound turn as well. So yeah, this track of 340 sounds correct, because when I will be turning inbound, I won't be able to correct during that turn. So this turn sounds correct. Okay, we see the radials moving fast. Maybe I'm going to be slightly outside. I should be more than 360 when I start the turn at 50 seconds. Let's see how this goes. We got some 5 seconds to go to the 50 seconds. I prepare myself with the turn on the left. Time is up now, and I start turning. Gonna be 150 again, corrected by the wind, this time just once. So the inbound is gonna be 143, something like that. So just prepare 143, expecting we are correct on the holding. Well, we don't know, we're gonna see how it looks like once we turn inbound. As in this case, I still don't arm Vorlog because I want to make the fine adjustment by myself with the heading select. When I'm certain that I am in a correct intercept heading and the turn was correct, I will use Vorlog. The threat of using Vorlog now is that Vorlog could sense the radial coming in and could start turning with high bank angle or with low bank angle, ending up overall in not intercepting correctly. So this is not the purpose of what I want to do. So once again, now I don't have a full situation awareness because I'm on expanded. So here I just see we got 10 degrees to go, 60 degrees of turn, so maybe we slightly overshoot. We'll see how it goes. We got 5 degrees to go, you see, and still some 50 degrees of turn. Yeah, probably we will overshoot a little bit, but looks like it's coming out pretty nice, this holding, okay? So I can even now, I can call myself happy of going Vorlog and seeing if once the Vorlog has nicely established on the radial, if it will actually maintain the heading of 143. In that case, it means that the 7 degrees wind correction angle is correct. Now we're inbound. I'll start the timer again because I want to see if we do 1 minute 10 seconds inbound. If we don't do this 1 minute 10 seconds, on the next leg I will make it slightly longer than 50 seconds because, as we said, I want to have at least same time in turn that in the straight level flight. Now this aircraft, to be honest, there's not really the problem of this 1 minute thing because, as you see, we have a standby digital attitude indicator, which means that it's coming from the IRS. It's not suffering misalignment of gyroscopic attitude indicators, so it wouldn't even be a serious problem on this aircraft, but still is a good practice. Now I'm starting the timer. I've started the timer. We're now in 1 minute 10 seconds now, and we're still 4 miles to go. So that's perfect. I would say 50 seconds is just perfect. We also have to consider that we're not turning perfectly standard, because at the ground speed of 170 knots, or a true air speed of 230 knots, 240, we should have a bank angle of 32. We're not turning with a 32 degrees bank angle, so our turns are slightly longer than what they should be. So yeah, I can call myself pretty happy with this 1 minute and 40 seconds straight level flight on the inbound, okay, just for the reason of having the same duration of turns and straight leg. So 50 seconds is good. And look at this, if I look at the wing correction angle, 7 degrees doesn't look that bad, because you see that now I'm 3 degrees out of the selected, but I'm also 3 degrees out of the desired track. So yeah, not that much out of the desired track. So I use 21. Maybe to avoid overshoot I could use just a little bit more, 1 degree more. Let's use 24 on the next one. Okay, but yeah, that heading wasn't bad at all. Okay, 1 DME, so it's about time to turn. 0.9, 0.8. There we go. Over the VOR, left turn again. The heading is 330. We say this time corrected not by 21 but by 24. So there we go, 354. I didn't click heading, so it doesn't work. Yeah, because I was late with the heading, probably the beam will come a bit later this time. Not the end of the world. I just prepared my timer, so we will start the timer once we cross radial 360 once again. Let's see how it goes with this wing correction angle of 24 degrees. There we go, crossing radial 060, rolling out on the heading right now, 50 seconds on this heading, and let's see how it goes. We are 5 seconds to go. You remember before we were 40 degrees out, and that's more or less same now, so it didn't change a lot, but this little few degrees more should have made a difference. So at this point I might expect this time for real to come out on a good heading, so I'll put straight away 143 on the heading selected. Let's see how we roll out, if it's maybe too much, we'll see. Now the radius is approaching, we're 6 degrees out, same as before, go center, because on this simulator otherwise the track line doesn't work well. I see that there is a big angle with the track line. We're coming out correct. I could go Vorlock straight away, and yeah, looks like the turn was okay. So with Vorlock should do the job of maintaining, and now it really looks like we're perfect on the radial. So this 24 degrees wing correction angle worked it out pretty well. We overshoot it by some 3 degrees, which I would say is nearly irrelevant at this point. I could decide to even go a couple of degrees more, or just keep the 354 for the next loop in the holding. But now we're just talking about this fine tuning. Okay, so once again I start the timer for the measuring of the inbound leg, just to verify the inbound time. Just a good practice, not strict requirement for this aircraft as we say it.
Paolo's Pilot Lounge. Like and subscribe now.
So back with the new exercise. We are now clear to intercept the QD Mike 090 Brasser VOR. After Brasser VOR we will have to join the holding, which is course 210 bound right turns. So of course we have to determine the entry, and then we have to fly this holding. So first of all, let's take a correct intercept heading, because now we're flying quite far away. So let's turn to the right first of all. Let's take something close. Now again we have quite a lot of wind, so 15 miles away I might be happy to intercept something like I would say easily 8 miles, 10 miles. So a track at 020 should be 040 should be something reasonable. Let's go in the center mode once again for the problem of track, because I have a lot of strong crosswind. Track code 040, so probably with 70 knots crosswind 1/3 will be looking like 50 knots, something like that, even a bit more. Let's see if I factually get 040. No, I don't. Let's get 20 degrees then. There we go. We got track 040, and I can arm von lock, and this will guarantee to me the intercept. So we have to determine the hold entry. Let's give a look what could be the old entries. First of all, the thumb method. If we have a right turn holding, we have to use the right thumb once again. So I put, first of all, I have to determine what will be the inbound heading. This will be the inbound heading. The beam will be here, so the thumb will cover these two sides, and this gave me the area of the offset entry. This one will give me the area of the parallel entry, and this one will be the direct entry. So where am I? Well, we say the holding is 210, so the radial is 030. 030 falls there, so it's by all evidence parallel entry. So parallel entry, now I have to work with memory, overflying the station, it's opposite direction. The holding is to the right, I have to turn to the left. Left turn, heading 030, wings level 1 minute, again opposite direction turn, so left turn again, go direct to the station. If we have to work with the wind, and with this method is going to be quite tricky to determine what will be the headings, but there will be quite a strong crosswind, so maybe it's easy to realize that on the outbound heading I will have to correct a lot. But what will be the heading to re-intercept is going to be difficult with the mnemonic method to determine. Let's use the 3-finger method instead. In this case I have to point the finger on the 210. Now the easier thing to do is that I set the course 210 for a moment, so I'll do that. There we go, I've set course 210, so just quickly I set the course 210 just to see what kind of entry is. Actually, I did a mistake here because I should disarm the vol lock. So let's first disarm the vol lock, so I continue on the heading. And again, I point my right arm, my right hand on the course 210. So you see that this is the index, and I have to see where I will be in this case, because I've been cleared to set radial 0 and 0. QD mic 0 and 0, I will be on radial 270, that's the radial where I am. So by all evidence, I fall in the parallel entry once again. And now by the mnemonic, the very same way I did with the thumb method, memory ways, I'm going to determine that it's left turn, 030, left turn again. And again, it's going to be a good heading, but what's going to be the heading? Well, it takes a little bit of calculation. Let's make the north align. Now this time we're sitting on the first offset side, so I will use, once again, for this method I'm happy to use the ATU indicator. So basically that's a station. Actually blue is not a good color, let's change color, but that's the station in the middle. So we will be coming in from radial 270, QD mic 090, so that's where we come in. And the holding has been established, we say 210, so this is radial, course 210. So I have to calculate the reciprocal, which is radial 030, this is radial 030 there. And I'm coming in radial 030, course 210, that's the direction I come in from the holding, and then I turn to the right. So again, it's evident that I am in the parallel side, okay? So what will I be doing? So now I can see more or less what the track will be. I'll be turning to the right, so heading 030. After 1 minute, left turn, yeah, and we re-intercept inbound. Now the left turn, you see, maybe heading 180. Track 180 is a good track to the re-intercept. I could try to work the wind. The wind is coming from 120, so the wind is coming from this direction. But I think it's start to get a bit too much stuff. You really must have good fantasy to work out the wind with this method. But yes, you potentially, if you're really good with the method, you could work it out. Now let's try the fix to fix method, and this time I use the HSI once again. with those two methods, it's very useful to have the HSI set. So I'll be coming from radial 270 inbound to the station. That's the station. The holding has been established as course 210. I've set the course there. That's course 210. I reach the station and I turn to the right. That's the holding as it has been designed. We say the first 2 points that we have to note is the beam and the 30 degrees. So that's 1, 2, and 3. That's the 30 degrees, and your beam is dot, dot. That's your beam. Okay, so it's going to be radial 300 and 360, the radials that I have to look at for this holding. And then what I do is that I take the 30 degrees radial, once again, go on the opposite side, 180 side, and I discover that dots 1, 2, 1 and 2 lines. So that's radial 140. From radial 140 to the 210, we are in the offset entry, and parallel entry is the opposite side. So 310, 320. So from 320, radial 210, radial 320 is the parallel sector, and we are definitely in the parallel sector entry. So what is going to be the track I'm going to fly? Well, here I'm going to fly to the station once again, 030 heading, left turn again, and once again, yeah, I would say 180 maybe is not even enough, probably 150, but anyway, I would say a good try, I would say heading 160. So let's take note of it, let's call it heading 160, and to re-intercept the inbound. Now I can see again with the wind coming from this side, I can see it's going to be all crosswind basically. So here it's an easy calculation. 1/3 of it, it's 70, so it's going to be like 22 degrees of wind correction angle. So that's the expectation. Instead of flying heading 030, I'm going to add 22 degrees. So I'm going to fly heading 055, which is quite a lot, but it's all crosswind. So yeah, that's it. There's not going to be any time correction, although with this, though so much crossing, probably 10 seconds more wouldn't be bad, but technically speaking, we can omit all the corrections on time. So being all this calculation done, let's try to fly this entry. So once again, I have to reset my course on the correct course. So I'm setting 090 again, and I make sure that the vol lock is arm. Look at the FMA, and it's confirmed that heading select vol lock is white, so the vol lock is arm. I can make a quick review of the situation if I want. I'm using the fix to fix, so I'm here flying on this course. We'll fly direct to the VOR. We say the holding is going to be now we're turning, so it's not really working. At least my drawing is not really working. I have to wait until we are establishing bound to do the calculation again. Sorry for that. So here we are a bit off the route, and you see that the vol lock has turned a bit too early. I think that because of the wind, the vol lock didn't work well. Normally in the aircraft they should be working better than this, but I'm gonna go heading select again and actually regain the navigation with the heading select function. I think it should be a bit better or easier like that. So let's go ahead and select, and this should regain the navigation. Now again, that's similar problem, but on the real aircraft should work better. Okay. So let's reconsider our re-entry in route. See that this is the error we have. We are having more or less 9 degrees error. That's the correction I'm having. So I'm not looking at the heading. The heading will be incorrect to make the track. But what I'm doing is just using the wind. I let the wind drift me. And you see that for just 8 degrees error with the track, I have something like 13 degrees error. So I should get back on track before half of the distance, which is 7. So I expect more or less something like 3 nautical miles. I should be back on track. Now I'll go out of this and take back on the center just to make a quick review of the situation. Now what happens is that, as I said before, in this simulator the track line is unreliable when I am in the rose mode, but I can show that with there flying bound to the course, and the holding was 210. So that's the holding with the right turn. So I can monitor the situation and I can see, yeah, but nothing changed, everything is continuing as expected. So now we're pretty much on the radial. So if I click vol lock, it should be able to hold the tracking. Never say never. Let's see what happens. Vollock is armed, now it's green, and let's see how much we lose on the heading. Because I have Vollock arm, I good practice center the heading. Anticipating the turn is a good thing, but you never know if once you get over the cone of confusion, the indications start fluctuating excessively. So probably heading select is the best thing, especially in this case where I see that the Vollock is not really doing a great job. So we said it was left turn heading 030, so I can keep it in mind. The next turn is going to be left at 030. And my aircraft is 5,000 feet, so this land distance is going to be something between 06, 08, something like that, because 6,000 feet is 1 DME. So I'm expecting 0.8, more or less. And yeah, it looks like working well. You see that the track line is perfectly aligned with the VOR and is perfectly aligned with the course. So the Vollock did pretty much a good job, I would say. So I'll just match the heading. And ideally, once you are approaching the cone of confusion, the best thing to do is to go heading select, so that the aircraft does not start losing or turning left and right in the attempt of tracking a fluctuating signal. Now 1 DME, I have to look at the DME, we're getting right above it. There you go, 0.8, and I start turning, heading, we say 030, but it's corrected by the wind, 22 degrees wind correction angle, make it heading 052. And because I have nothing to track, I can set straight away the course for the 210, which is the inbound leg of the holding. There we go, 210 set. Now what I want to see with this 052 is the track being on 033. Because I have a track line, I want to see the track line being on 030. So let's see how it works. You see, 22 is a bit too much. Let's go a bit less. 20 degrees wind correction angle, 70 knots crosswind, 76 knots crosswind. And this sounds good. Now, wings are level. I've been late with the starting of time. Let's do it 50 seconds. And we see at the end of 50 seconds how does the situation go. Now the track is correct, 030. 5 seconds to the end of the turn, and I said I will turn left. So I'm preparing myself, left turn, and we say the turn will be on heading 160 approximately in the attempt of regaining the inbound leg before the station. Let's see how it goes. So obviously passing the center line of the holding, passing the inbound leg, is a reference point. You see that I'm passing the inbound leg quite early, and I still have to do the whole turn, 120 degrees of turn. So it is absolutely true that I need to keep a good heading to re-intercept. Probably 180, the heading that I have estimated at the first attempt using the north line method, probably that heading wouldn't be enough because of that strong wind. So considering the winds, maybe heading 150, it's even better than the current 160. But because this aircraft has a track line indication, well, I'll just give a look to the track line and see what I obtain. Alright, we are approaching the heading selected, and you see that I actually, I need to turn much more than that. Let's continue 150. Let's see how it goes, because I want the track line, the white track line, to be on the other side of the VOR to allow the needle to follow in behind the course. So I need to turn even more, even 140 heading. So now you see that with the 140 heading, I start having something reasonable in terms of correction, because this is the aero navigation. We're looking at 30 degrees, okay? And now I do have like 25 degrees correction. So the needle should be coming back on just 5 nautical miles there. So maybe 140 is not even enough. So let's keep this track for a moment. Let's wait until the needle drops a little bit more. Now in the expanded mode, I'm gonna lose the view of the needle, so let's go in rows again. and I don't have to forget to turn. So yeah, there's very strong wind, and I have to consider this during this holding. The outbound turn will bring me very far away from the holding, so I will have to correct. We found that the wind correction angle is something in the range of 20, so this will be 60 degrees of correction in the outbound if I want to do 3 times the correction. So that 60 degrees starts to be a bit too much. So you see the 3 times wind correction angle in this case might not be a very good method, but let's give a look on how it goes. Now it's time to turn. Again, 20 degrees wind correction angle, so I just turn heading 180, or actually it should be 190. And I was late, I overshot it on the other side with just 2 nautical miles. So here I would say maybe engaging Vorlog is not really a good idea. Might be a better option to continue on the heading and just make a smooth selection and accepting not overflying perfectly the VOR. I ended up like being 8 degrees out, just 1 mile over, basically over the station now. So you see my track line is toward the station. I can leave it a bit more toward the station now, like even 5 degrees more. And I just accept this error. I'm gonna be over the station. Maybe I'm gonna see 0.9 as minimum instead of 0.8. There we go. I still see 0.8, and VOR is spinning, and the ME should be increasing. So I'm turning to the right again. We say 030 corrected by the winds, and this would require 6 degrees, which is a lot. So for the moment, I'm gonna correct just by 30 degrees. Let's see what it gives on the first turn. Okay, I reset the timer, and I go in rows because I want to see the beam. To see the beam is going to be radial 300, as we said before, and I'm going to use the dot of the HSI. Once the green needle is abeam the dots of the HSI, I'm going to start timing. My wind correction angle should result in a track which is approximately, sorry, I selected the wrong mode, a track which is approximately 20 degrees inside 030, so something like 050 track. Let's see if this heading actually gives me a track of 050. And it looks like a bit too little. Yeah, because with this heading I actually start getting a lot of headwind. Probably increasing the time might be a good idea. Now, just a beam now, start timing. I will do it 1 minute and 10 seconds just because of this massive wind correction angle, okay? Let's go back to the center. Let's see if the track is something that looks like 050. Yeah, okay, let's try to keep this wind correction angle of exactly 40 degrees on the outbound. Let's see how this works, okay, for 1 minute 10 seconds, and then I'll give of course a look at what is the time on the inbound leg. I'm gonna go center again because I'm gonna monitor when are we crossing the radial 360, which is the turning point. Now I expect actually to be much more inside because I'm correcting the wind for the inbound turn as well. So in wind calm of course is radial 030. Without wind I should be inside that, and you see that this is not working because we're approaching, we got 50 seconds to go more or less, and still I'm 40 degrees out. So it looks like something is wrong there. Probably I will need more heading. Anyway, time to turn, 1 minute 10 seconds top now. Time to turn inbound. Let's see what happens, if this wind correction angle was good enough or not. Now, because I did not reach the radial 360, if this wasn't good enough, it means that the next time I'm gonna make it 1 minute 20 seconds. So what determines if I need more time or more wind correction is the fact that now I undershoot or overshoot. If I undershoot, it means that the next time I need to take more wind correction angle. So 40 wasn't enough, and then at that point I'm gonna try with 60, and you see that in fact doesn't look like working. Again, look at the points of the VOR and look at the error I have at the moment. I got something like 15 degrees error, okay? I just have 5 degrees, and with this wind, it ended up that I'm even losing the QD mic. Okay, let's go center again just to look at the track line. You see the track line is wrong, so I have to turn more to the left in the attempt of regaining the VOR. So yeah, I need 60 degrees, probably 60 degrees of wind correction angle was the good one. And at this point, because it's going to be a massive wind correction angle, nearly flying, inside the wind, well, I'll probably prolong the time by 1 minute and 30 seconds at this point. I'll do quite a good time. Okay, now the track line looks like being again in the good side. Okay, not even using twice the correction angle, but the VOR is coming in fast because I'm close. 1.2 DME, so let's turn inbound. 210. Because now I'm gonna be over the station, and here we go. My correction basically I never intercepted the inbound leg. Okay, so my correction wasn't good. 0.8, 0.9 over the station now. Not too bad in position at the end. I've sold 0.8, so basically, and that is not too bad. But outbound leg, we say 030, corrected by 60 degrees. We'll be adding 090, so let's keep turning until 090, and let's prepare the timer. I have it already. Although I actually overflew the station, I crossed the station with incorrect heading, and this resulted in longer turn, so also my position won't be perfectly correct where it should be. But anyway, I'm gonna wait until I cross the beam radial 300 in order to start timing. To me, it really looks like this adding 090 is a bit too much. Probably I should have taken 080. Maybe I should have done smooth corrections. But anyway, let's start timing now, because with 030, let's see on the center how does this look. And well, the track is really inside the holding. I'm correcting more than 40 degrees, so I actually prefer 0.85. I don't want to overdo, because otherwise we overshoot on the opposite side, and that's not the intention, of course. So let's take adding 0.85 for a track of, we got a total of 45 degrees, so this should be more than enough, because in theory the only correction should be 40 degrees, which is 3 times the wind correction angle. Of course, I still have the radial 360 to cross-check. Now, what happens is that the turn that we'll have to do, I don't have to actually turn by 180 degrees. I'm turning by much less. So, yeah, I really have to be inside the radial 360, because it's going to be a very, not very, but significantly shorter turning bound. So, again, what I'm looking at is a combination of wind correction angle and time. And because this is massive wind correction angle, I decided to increase the time. It might be working. You see that we're now inside the 360, and with 10 seconds to go, maybe I anticipate by 5 seconds. I will turn now inbound. So we did 1 minute 25 seconds, and let's see how it goes. Again, I should take 20 degrees wind correction angle, so I'll put heading 190 initially. And yes, it turns out that this heading 0.85 was too much, because now I am overshooting. So either I reduce the time, but I would rather reduce the wind correction angle. So now I'll go centered again. Reset timer. Just want to look what is the inbound leg. If the inbound leg is more than 1 minute, then I might consider reducing the time again. Now what I want again is the white line ending up on the other side of the VOR. So I'll turn a bit more to get the white line. You know, again, double the error. So double the error will mean heading something around 250, something like that. I see that I'm DME 1, so I'm basically again over the station. So you see that the inbound leg actually, yeah, the 2 minutes is not enough. I have to turn that bound again, 0.8, time to turn outbound. Let's turn outbound. Basically, I didn't really do an outbound leg here, so maybe it was 30 seconds outbound leg. So yeah, the problem is in the range of the heading, I would say. Let's try heading 075, and I will make it for 1 minute 45 seconds in this case. So you see what I'm doing. I'm trying to guess what the 3-time wings correction angle is. Try to guess what is the time that will make me fly a total of 2 minutes wings level. And because this inbound is very short, given the fact that I'm flying inside the wind all the way and the 3 times wing correction angle, given the fact that this is very short, I have to increase the length of the outbound leg. There we go, passing radial 300 on the heading 075 for a target of 1 minute 45 seconds. And again, I put the center because I want to monitor what is the actual wing correction angle I'm having. Now I'm taking only 30 degrees wing correction angle, which to me looks a bit too little. But anyway, because I overshoot it twice, let's see if this time I will overshoot. Well, by keeping such a long time, 1 minute 45 seconds, could be that I undershoot this time, but we will see. We'll see what happens. So we're 5 seconds to go, adding 075. I am inside 360, time to turn, and now the position doesn't look too bad. Again, I put the heading 190 with a 20 degrees wing correction angle. Let's see what happens, and I reset the time because I want to see how much inbound time I will get with this 1 minute 45 seconds. So I'll go centered again so I can give a look to the track line, make sure that the track makes an intercept with the VOR. Because here I am undershooting, so maybe a 10 degrees more could be a better selection. So 075 wasn't enough on 1 minute 45 seconds, but wasn't too bad either. So maybe I could try a 080 next time. Let's time the inbound leg. And I can guess, with 3 nautical miles, I can guess it's gonna be something around 40 seconds, but that would be okay. Now it looks like we're intercepting. I can even give it a try to the Vorlock. This will help me in identifying what is the wing correction angle. Vorlock is green. I'm setting my guess, 20 degrees. And it's a bit less, probably 18 degrees. There we go, we overshoot it, but again, I'm gonna go just adding select. And make sure we stay on the heading once we overfly the station, 0.8. VR is turning over, so again, right turn, it's gonna be heading 080 this time, and I'm gonna try 1 minute, let's make it 1 minute 35 seconds. Because the inbound leg was approximately 50 seconds, so 1 minute 45 was a bit too much. So let's try 35. Should be a good, I would say, a good way in between. Okay, coming out of the turn, we're approaching the brim. I forgot to reset the timer. Now it's ready. Let's wait for the radial 300 to start timing. And we said 1 minute 35 seconds. Top. The time is started now. Alright, we're crossing our reference point radio 360 now, and it's correct that we get a little bit inside. The time is about to approach. 5 seconds to go now. And doesn't look too bad. Time up now. Heading 190 selected. Let's see at the end of the turn how this look like. So I go in arc so I can look at the track line. The radial is approaching. I'm still in the turn, so maybe now I ended up too much inside. So 080 was too much. So something between 075 080 should be the correct heading. Now what I do, I turn a bit more and let the wind drift me inside the inbound. As a matter of fact, I'm mending up like 8 degrees away. Not too bad. Just make sure that the white track line come at the other end, at the other edge of the green VOR. As we say it, I use the technique of double the error. So once again, this makes me happy because I see that this is the error I have at the moment. That's the error there, actually coming back, so I should click the VOR lock and there we go, we're following. But yeah, I use double the error. The problem is that every time I turn in very close to the VOR. So here we go, we're losing the VOR again. Well, at this point I will stop the exercise there as we determined that the correct heading was something between 75080 and the correct time is in the range of 1 minute 40 seconds. Alright, so we're coming in established on the QD mic 030. I was intercepting radio 210 inbound the station. We're 26 miles out, and so course 030 inbound. And let's take an example. You see, you have straight crosswind. With all this much crosswind, this could cause some problem for the calculation of the radial intercept. So let's take this example. The hold has been established on over Brussels VR 150 inbound with left turn. So this one will look an easy one, and even with the thumb method, which is the one which is normally used, I would say, to make easy exercise. Okay, if you're really unable to calculate a hold entry, use the thumb method because that is the absolute easy way. But we will find straight away a limit. Let's see. So if we look at the thumb method, I should put my left thumb in this area, and then turns out that this is the offset entry. This sector there is, actually should be correct, 20 degrees down. This sector there is the parallel, the rest is direct. Okay, so now I go look for 330. Turns out 330 is right here. Okay, so a radial 330 means that we are in a direct entry. And in fact, this is wrong. If I go and look carefully, what I should look at is actually the track and not the heading. So because I should reason in track, this is the track I'm flying, okay? And I should put my thumb within the 90 degrees of the track, okay? By putting my thumb there, then I realize that this is the offset entry, and here I got the parallel entry and the rest is direct. So the parallel entry finish here on radial 140 actually, and from radial 320 I am in the offset entry. So what this means is that by 10 degrees I'm in the offset entry. The legal margin is 5, so there's no excuses. This entry is definitely an offset entry. So this method with strong crosswind could cause problem, especially if I'm not flying direct. I mean, the problem in this case, I'm flying direct to the station and it exists. But especially if I'm not flying direct to the station, then it gets even more complex, okay? So this method is very easy, but it has some limits. Now, let's see with the three fingers method what it would give. Best practice is that I set the course, as I've done now. I've set the course, of course. Before changing course, go heading select. As you can see, I've selected heading select, okay? And after doing that, I can put my index finger there, and you see that of course I have to use left turn, left hand. See that my thumb is falling there on the 220. Of course, I might need to do a little bit of calculation, so I might need to do 150 plus 70 equal 220 because I'm right at the edge. But with 3 fingers method, I would determine that I am in the offset entry. And then again, mnemonic method, I have to use Lars, so we're turning left. So left is add, it's radial 330. I add 30 makes radial, makes radial, yeah, or track 360. And after 1 minute, turn in the direction of the holding, so it's a left turn inbound over the station. Of course, continue with the holding with left turns. Okay. If I want to use the northern line method, I don't need, of course, to center the HSI. So of course I can recenter my HSI, and I'm gonna put the course inbound. We say 030, and I'm gonna use Vollock again. So 030 set, Vollock is white and green, perfect. And as I'm flying, I can just depict my situation on the primary flight display or whatever other place I want, even a piece of paper if you want. Let's take magenta so it's easy to see. All right, that's station. And we currently are on radial 210, flying 030 inbound. So that's course I'm flying basically. That's 030 and 210, so I'm here. I'm flying this direction, okay? The holding we say is established as being 150 inbound. So 150 inbound means we're laying on radial 330. That's radial 330. And then we get the left turns, okay? So here again, it might be not easy to determine that we are in the offset, because we can see that this is the offset. But are we at the limit or not? Well, this could cause a problem. So I could do the mistake of saying that we're in the parallel, okay? So this method gives you a good situation awareness, but hold entry requires precision. You only have 5 degrees error in determine, and here you're just 10 degrees away. So saying direct would be a mistake anyway. But this side, we can see that the radial I have to fly once we are bound is 360. Then I'm gonna turn left. We can also consider the wind coming from 120, something like that. So if this is 090, 120, we're looking at something here more or less. That's the wind coming in. So I can see that I'm gonna have a right crossing on the outbound leg here. That's my aircraft flying the outbound leg, and then I'm gonna have headwind on the inbound. So I would say not extremely precise, but still give you good situation awareness. Now let's look at the fix-to-fix method. Well, with the VR method, we should keep in mind that yes, the aircraft is on the tail of the aircraft, but we don't fly always straight. We normally say, yeah, you always fly straight. It's not true. You fly and you drift with the wind. In fact, you're flying this route. You always fly the tail of the HSI. So it's obvious that that's the route we're turning. So you have to keep this in mind. It's quite obvious. You always fly the tail of the needle. You always fly the tail of the HSI. But you have to keep this one in mind, okay? The holding was 150, so it's laying on radial 330, flying course 150 inbound, and then it's left turns, okay? And so as we always say, then what I go and look is the 30 degrees point. So this is radial 360, radial 060. This is going to be my reference radials. So I should go the opposite side. Now, the easier way, as I always say, the easier way is not to do as I'm doing now, but the easier way would be that you actually turn the HSI. So that's what I'm actually gonna do now. So I'm gonna go heading select first. So first of all, match the heading. Yeah, the heading is match, maybe 1 degree left. Heading select and turn the course selector into the 150. This makes my life easy for the calculation. Okay, just for a second. Anyway, the heading select will basically here that reckoning. Okay, and now I'll do the calculation. So nothing has changed, of course. I just moved the course selector, but again, I can use the course selector to determine the 060, makes the things easier, and I can use the course selector to determine the 240. We say 1 and 2, and that's the offset entry. Okay, so I can clearly see we are in the offset entry. Even if I would mistakenly interpret the aircraft flying straight, what I would discover that actually in time and not I would predict that basically I would intercept radial 180. So that's my prediction, okay? But that is wrong. So I would discover in time that that is not working. And as we said, with the RMI, the nice thing is that you can always monitor the navigation. So by monitoring the navigation, I would realize that this plan is not realizing. So not considering crosswind on the fix to fix or on the VR mode, it's not a big problem, but in other methods this could cause the problem. So using the VR mode, let's determine what's going to be my tracks. So I'm flying straight to the station, my current track, so current heading, and after the station I'm going to fly this direction. Now the wind is coming from 1 to 0, that's the wind, okay? So you see that here I'm going to have tailwind and still going to have crosswind, a good crosswind component here still, okay? For 60 knots I'm going to have something like 30 knots of crosswind component. So probably I'm not going to fly this heading, okay? Now I've been writing too much, but this heading should be 360, but probably I'm going to fly like heading 012, okay? And then after the minute I turn to the right. Minute should be more than enough because it's tailwind. So sorry, that's a left turn, of course. I'll turn to the left, minute should be more than enough, and turning to the left I should re-intercept the inbound, okay? Alright, let's now fly this procedure at this point, and let's see how this hold entry with the offset come up, okay? Alright, so we are approaching the station. So as I say, the best thing to do is to go heading select before reaching the station, so that the VR mode does not start fluctuating left and right in the attempt of tracking a false signal over the cone of confusion. So I'm gonna go heading select, and now we're in dead reckoning. I reset my timer for the outbound leg of 1 minute, and I can prepare my course. We said 150 inbound, so the course is gonna be 360. Well, I want to make the good track outbound of the offset entry. 0.9, so we're nearly there. 0.8, yeah, well, it looks like we're over the station now. Turning left, I'm gonna put 360 straight away so as to allow the wind to drift me onto the radial. I'm gonna see how it works. Maybe I can even put 5 degrees more to the left, but ultimately I expect to have a tracking heading, as we say, something like 012, just because of this strong crosswind now still coming from my right hand side, okay? So finishing the turn, you see I'm 15 degrees off, so yes, this requires a little bit of correction. I can go on center and look at the track line. How is it looking like? You see, I am having double the error basically. You see it's coming back quite fast. So yeah, I won't do much more correction. As it is centering, I'm gonna go on the heading 012. 12 degrees wind correction angle sounds pretty good. So let's go heading 012. And I can even go Vorlock. Actually, it didn't start timing. Yeah, that's quite behind with that. So let's make it 40 seconds. So Vorlock is engaged. Let's see how is it tracking. Not too bad. We're using currently 15 degrees. I expected 12. That's a bit more than expected. Okay. So 15 degrees wind correction angle. Perfect. Now the track is aligned with the course, so it really looks like 15 degrees is correct. And at this point I can go out of the center again, waiting for the 40 seconds, 5 seconds to go now. So here I can easily prepare my inbound heading, but I must make sure not to turn more than 180 degrees. Now, heading select, time is up. I reset my timer and start turning to the left. And now I can set the inbound course of 150. There we go, 150 is set. And now that we have selected heading select, I can complete turning of the heading. Now, I don't want to turn too much. It's true that the wind is helping me in flying onto the radial, but I don't want to turn too much because maybe I did extensively long outbound leg. You see the DME is 10. The wind was pushing me quite a lot on the outbound, so with this strong tailwind I got a bit too far out probably. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna time the inbound leg as well. I'm gonna see how it goes. Probably the outbound leg 50 seconds. It's gonna be more than enough. So because I've been too much out, it could be that I will undershoot the turn. Now once I'm 15, alpha of the turn, more or less I should be something like 15, 16 degrees, something like that. You see, 15 degrees out, and well, the wind is pushing me inside. So it looks like actually I can keep turning basically. So let's keep turning. I go on center again, same problem. The track line on rows on this simulator is not available. So on center I might evaluate better what is the difference between trackline, VOR and selected course. So what I'm looking at is the white, the green and the magenta, okay? So you see the green is aligning with the magenta, which is what I want. I want to have green, magenta and white all one over the other. I can estimate, you see my current wing correction angle there. That's quite large. That's different between the heading and the between the heading and the track line. So it means that I have to keep turning, definitely, because if we have 20 degrees now, maybe 15 degrees. So let's try to understand what the wing correction angle is there. Now the white line is on the other side of the green, so it means that we're coming back. Maybe this correction is excessive. I can start turning a bit more to the right. I actually give it Vorlock. Vorlock is arm. The Vorlock should do the job. Here we go. Vorlock is green. Now the Vorlock will do the job of tracking the radial inbound. We got 8 nautical miles, so we're nicely far away, I would say. Maybe a bit too much. I don't want to get farther out than that. So let's give a look to the time. And you see now we're getting back on track with 2 degrees off, and there is 2 or 3 degrees. So probably the final heading is going to be something in the range of 140. So the wing correction angle, I guess, is going to be some 10 degrees of wing correction angle, okay? Well, instead, the correction on time, 30 seconds, still 6 nautical mile. Definitely I have to make a shorter outbound leg to correct for time, okay? Now the inbound leg is going to get very, very long, okay? Alright, so we are approaching the VOR, but look at the time. I did 2 minutes and 14 seconds inbound and still not really over the VOR. The wing correction angle turned out being quite correct with the 11 degrees actually. So I use 11 degrees. It's 33 degrees wing correction angle for the outbound. Gonna go ahead and select for the same old reason. Don't want the aircraft to fluctuate once I start the turn, once I stay over the VOR. Gonna look at the DME and gonna start turning over the VOR. There we go, passing the VOR, heading select with that reckoning and turning outbound. So the heading should be 330, but I have to turn by 33 degrees into the wind. So I'll go in the rose mode to have a better picture, and here I can compare. Okay, the wind is coming from this side, so sorry, that's the wind coming in. Okay, actually it's coming from 1 to 0 to be precise, and so I have to turn the heading 33 degrees in this direction. So calculation being done, I can put heading 033. There we go. So once again, gonna start timing. Once I pass the beam, once I pass radial 060, I don't have to wait for wings level, and because I have a strong tailwind, I expect to reach the radial 060 before going wing level. Now, because I have to turn 30 degrees less, probably what happened, as you can see, is that I'm actually reaching the heading before the VOR. So this time it's not too much of a problem, but still 060 now. Clicking on the chronometer, what I use, as we said, is the dots of the HSI. That's what I'm looking at, and this is what give me the beam radial. Okay, so no need to make any calculation, of course. Did I start timing? No, it looks like timing didn't work. Let's try the timer again. So, well, I wasted some 10 seconds, and now the calculation must be quite significant. So I'm gonna make just 20 seconds indicated equal to 30 actual seconds, and you see how fast are the radials going, despite the fact that I want to correct for the wind. I want to be larger than 360, so that's the time up, and I start turning. Despite the fact I want to be larger than 360, you see that it's going very fast. Maybe my target was radial 010 at the beginning of the turn, and turns out that maybe this 30 seconds outbound maybe was a bit too short. But anyway, let's give a look on what it gives once I'm established inbound, especially on what is the inbound time. Maybe, as I say, 30 seconds is a bit too short, maybe 40. was the correct one. Now again, as I'm turning inbound, I want to look at the track line. I want to compare the magenta, the white and the green, so I go on the center mode in order to be able to look at this. Alright, coming at the end of the turn, turns out that I overshoot it, so the correction wasn't enough. So I wanted to be 0-1-0, maybe 0-2-0 was good. Let's see in terms of timing how we're doing. So I start timing now. And again, I want to bring the white line on the other side of the green, so I have to turn a bit more there. The position wasn't bad at the end, just 6 degrees out. So it's totally acceptable for the inbound leg. So with this track, I am re-intercepting. So before you use a calculation for 11 degrees, you know what, maybe this time 12 degrees wind correction angle. And the timing, you know what, 30 seconds. Doesn't look bad at all, because I'm ending up still 4 nautical miles. So yeah, probably 30 seconds was a good timing for the outbound leg. Alright, I'll go overlock. This should track. And this time I use 12 degrees wind correction angle, which means 26 degrees. And you know what, I'm gonna make it 28. I'm gonna make it a bit larger. Perfect. The inbound leg is getting to in the range of 1 minute 30, and we do have this more or less 2 minutes straight level flight in the holding. So 30 seconds sounds like a good outbound heading. You see, we're getting 1 minute 40 of the inbound. That's perfect. Approaching 2 minutes. As I say, the important thing, if you have conventional instrumentation, is that the straight level flight is at least as long as the turning time, as the turning flight, sorry. I center the heading, go ahead and select avoid fluctuation of the VOR during overfly of the station, so fluctuation of the aircraft, tracking a false VOR. Looking at the DME, 0.8 is what I wait for, so the VOR is flipping over, 0.8. We have it. There we go, looks like we're passing the station. So turning left again. And now my reference radial 060 to start the turn. So we use 003, we should use 006. But as I said, I'm going to use a couple of degrees more. I'm going to use 008. So that's my new guess on the heading. Reset the timer so that is ready for the outbound timing. Now we're approaching the heading. I'm going to go center again because I need to see where we get radial 060. You see that because I turn way less than 180 degrees in order to correct the wind, what happens that I have to wait to start timing for the 060 radial. It's not a problem. It's coming up now. Time now. We say 30 seconds from now. And we see how it goes. As I said, before we had radial 050. And that was a bit still making me too much close to the center line. So now probably I want to get something like radial 055 at the moment of turning. Let's see what it gives, okay? Five seconds to go to the end of the turn. Well, let's turn now with 030. Sorry, I was looking for 025. I said 055 by mistake before, but I was looking 025 and 5 degrees more. So now I expect to undershoot, honestly. Because I expect to undershoot, I just leave selected, adding 160. Let's see how it goes. Of course, I reset the timer. I want to give a look so that I can see later on what's going to be an inbound leg. I want to cross-check it again just to make sure that I'm not making too short with this 30 seconds. So we're approaching the heading. I'm going to go on the expanded mode again in order to compare the white track line with the green and the magenta. Looks like this 008 was perfect because it looks like I'm coming out perfectly on the track. Now I keep turning with heading select because I just want to make sure we stabilize the aircraft with heading select. Actually overshoot it by 3 degrees, that's perfect. Maybe we can try 009, but it's just a fine tuning, okay? And This heading should be okay. I start timing because we're in bound again, and bring the white track line to the left of the VOR as we are, but that's perfect. Just go for lock and this will do the job for the rest. So probably heading 010. Let's try heading 010, but this 30 seconds looks correct because again 4 nautical miles. Maybe we can do heading 010 and 35 seconds on the next one, because now it looks like gonna be just 1 minute in the inbound. So yeah, I would increase a little bit the time to 35 seconds. Not too much, it's not too bad, but I don't want to make too short legs. Okay. So again, as we reach over the station, I'm gonna go heading select, but actually I'll stop the holding there, because anyway we found the result. We got the minute on the inbound, still 2 nautical miles. We're gonna be like 1 minute 20 seconds on the inbound. That's fine. And we discovered the correct heading for the outbound is 10 degrees. We should be, even if we keep the 008 as we did now, this would be totally acceptable for the holding. So we just Tokyo 5 tuning, maybe it's gonna end up with 009 and 40 seconds, something like that. Doesn't change really a lot. Okay, let's go on and look at another exercise. Alright, let's take into analysis this further example. We have to fly direct to the station, as I'm doing now, on course 345. And the holding is established as being 240 bound left turns. As we learned earlier, using the thumb rule, well, it's not, you have to use caution. It's not that it's wrong, you have to use caution using it in calculating the beams. So let's make our entry calculation. In this time, let's do it correctly using our methods. We said this is our track, so we have to take the beam of our track. That's the beam of our track. That's where I put my thumb, and so we say left turn. So my mistake, I should use the left thumb. So that's where I put my left thumb. Okay, so this is the offset entry, and here on the other side I got the parallel entry. Okay, and here is the direct entry. So this parallel, of course, that's direct entry. Okay, so the holding, we say this 240 inbound, so it's radial 060. So by all evidence we're in the parallel, and even if I wouldn't have taken into consideration the wind, we will be in the parallel. So no doubt here we're not parallel entry. Okay, now again, with this method I have to use mnemonic system to remind me what I should do, and I should turn in the same direction of the holding. The parallel entry, I should turn the opposite direction of the holding. So if it's a left turn, I should turn right onto heading 060. At the end of the minute, right again, direct to the station. But the problem here is the crosswind, and there are ways to anticipate what will be the heading that I have to use calculating the crosswind. But honestly, I tell you, here we're reaching the limit of my knowledge, so I wouldn't be able to teach you what are those ways. Of course, if you have an instructor that uses this method, he certainly will tell you how to anticipate the wind corrections during the holding. Okay, so honestly I wouldn't be able to tell you, but we are talking of mnemonic method, so you have to make a mathematical calculation and using memory to correct for the winds. Now let's use instead the 3 fingers method, which is going to have the same problem for the wind. But using 3 fingers method, as I say, the best thing to do is to use the course, because it really helps you. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to set the course on the inbound leg, which is 240. So before that, of course, don't forget to match the heading, set heading select, and now I can set course 240. Okay, and make my calculation. So I should use my left hand, and with the left hand I can see once again by all evidence I am in the offset entry, because the index finger and the little finger they're falling exactly there. Okay, So you see that by all evidence, there's no doubt I am in the, sorry, not the offset, my mistake. I am on the parallel entry because little finger index is the parallel entry sector. Again, use mnemonic method and we fall again the same problem on how to calculate the wing correction by memory. Using the north allow method, the station is here, okay, and we are coming in from radial 165, so that's 180, that's 150, so 165 coming in from this direction. The holding has been established as 240, so it's radial 060, and that's 060, okay. Inbound the station and it's left turns, okay. So here indeed we are in the parallel entry and that's what I'm gonna fly. Now I can use the wind, put the wind on 1 to 0. I can understand that there's gonna be some correction to the right in this leg, some correction to the left in this leg. Well, that anyway is not important, but again, determining what is especially this second heading is quite a tricky one. So I would say as a guess heading 3 to 0, but I would just guess a heading 3 to 0 wouldn't be able to do better than that, honestly. Again, if you're very accurate on a piece of paper or on the instrument, you can make a nice calculation, but you can't be that accurate, to be honest. Let's instead give a look to the VOR method, and this time I'm gonna increase a little bit the view. I'm gonna look a bit closer to the instrument. I want this time discuss about the wing correction. Now I've cancelled everything. I redraw the holding, and I try to be more precise this time. That's the holding, okay? But the problem is that this holding is incorrect. Now the real holding, considering this wind, okay, what will happen is that the wind will be pushing me when I turn outbound, pushing me inside the holding. So it's gonna be a small turn, then I'm gonna be correcting for the wind, and I'm gonna be not on radial 090, so not only 30 degrees, rather gonna be something like that's the turn, and then I correct, and that's what the holding will look like with the technique of 3 times the wing correction angle, which is what I used before. And as you've seen, it's quite a tricky one because you have to guess what the time is, you have to make adjustment with times, so it's not the easier, I mean it is the easier technique to apply theoretically, but then in practical terms it's quite a tricky one. So is there a more difficult technique that however end up being more easy to apply and more precise to apply and not really having to guess that much? Well, the technique exists. I fly direct to the station, okay, and of course when I fly outbound I can look at the wind. Now the wind coming from 1 to 0, okay, I can see I get 30 knots headwind. Well, this is just time adjustment. I can make like 50 seconds instead of 1 minute because the wind is coming headwind by 30 knots. Okay, perfect. So I take account of this, and then I give a look to the crosswind. The crosswind currently we got 70 knots. So if this circle is 70, this length here is 60. Okay, so basically I'm gonna have 20 degrees wing correction angle. So my heading is not gonna be this heading, but because of the wing correction angle, I'm gonna fly heading 080 on the parallel entry. After 1 minute turn right. And this track, I'm gonna have the wind straight on the tail, so it's not gonna be a problem. No wing correction angle required. Perfect. And this is nothing new with what we've seen before. But once I am inbound the holding, how can I correct? Well, this holding take account of a little correction in time, so as to avoid the problem of being still in the turn there. Now, being still in the turn when I pass the beam, it's a problem because I just stated that you do start 1 minute once you are a beam, but the minutes or the timing of straight and level flight is to verify that you stay at least as long as the turn, as long time in straight level flight as the time that you stay in the turn. So if you're still in the turn and you start timing, actually you're not wing level, and then therefore you're not really counting the time correctly. So by doing this little straight and level flight segment that I draw there, you avoid having to end up here still in the turn. Now this is required if the wind is coming from this direction, okay? Now because today the wind is coming from here, that segment is not required, okay? But what is the trick for the correction of this segment? You simply use your crosswind wing correction angle. So the wing correction angle that you have flying a 90 degrees track, okay? So today you see, if the wind would be coming from this direction at 60 knots, I would have something like 30 knots. So 10 degrees, okay? So I would use 10 seconds basically. So I will use once the wing correction angle in order to extend that segment, okay? Now, there's no need to extend because, well, in theory, applying this reasoning, if I would start the turn 10 seconds before the station, I would end up exactly a beam at the end of the turn because I have 30 knots wing correction angle if I fly exactly 90 degrees route, okay? And this is a little calculation that we have to fly. 90 degrees route, what will be the wing correction angle? Well, we did it. It's 10 degrees, okay? So, of course, I'm going to start turning over the station, meaning that I expect to end up, if I start turning there, I expect to end up more or less at the end of the turn in this region, okay, wings level, which is not a problem. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to turn to the left, okay, and I'm gonna stop at 90 degrees and make a straight and level flight to recover for the crosswind that is making this turn shorter. So basically I want to make this turn the same radius of this turn, okay? So for how long should I make this sector? Well, here the trick is 2 times the wing correction angle, okay, in time. So if here I determine I got 20 degrees, okay, here I'm gonna have 40 seconds of extended segment to fly straight and then turn left again. Here I will fly not an heading but the track 060, and by flying track 060 I expect to do this holding pattern. Now this holding pattern is much more precise, is less potato shape as the one that I had before, and therefore should be easier to adjust because now I got adjustment for the longitudinal wing correction, okay, sorry, for the crosswind correction, and I get margin of adjustment for the longitudinal wing correction. So just have to determine, you know, if here I come in too short or too large, I just have to adjust this time, you know, and if this length is inadequate, I just have to adjust this time. So at the end of the day, in the reality, it makes my life easier, okay? Well, let's try to give a look to this way of correcting wind. Although I admit it's more complex, there might be some advantages. Let's give a look to that. So, of course, I went back to the normal view and recentered the HSI because I want to track, we say 345 inbound is going to be a parallel entry. I'll go overlock again. I maybe lost a little bit the navigation with this dead reckoning, not too much, but just a little bit. Anyway, Vorlock is green. Let's continue inbound the station, and we said, being the holding 240, the heading is going, track is going to be 060. The heading expected on the parallel outbound leg is going to be 080. I'm going center just to verify, and once again what I want to see is this white track line being on the left side of the green, because the green is the left of the magenta, so I want to go the opposite side. And yeah, the Vorlock is doing this job correctly, so no problem, it's working well, but it's always worth cross-checking what the automation is doing. Alright, I'm approaching the station, so once again I'll go dead reckoning because I don't want the VR to start fluctuating. I can set the inbound course straight away, so we say the inbound was 240, let's put it on 240 straight away, and here we go. I see the VR is spinning over, so let's go heading to the right. We say the heading will be 080, 060 plus 20, there we go. I'll go centered just to see that this one corresponds, so I can make a quick review. Of course, now I cannot draw it because the HSI is turning, so but if I want to be, okay, I'll try to anticipate. That's the holding basically, okay? So if you want to see, I'm flying now parallel. That's what I'm doing, okay? So at this moment, this picture is correct, okay? All right, let's go center because I want to see what the track line is doing. So, no, sorry for that. All right, I want to track on 060. See, I've been turning too much. So the wing correction angle 20 is a bit too much. Probably, yeah, see, 5 degrees. So let's turn 5 to the left, and I should start timing there. We say just 5. Sorry, no, I got headwind, so I have to make it longer. So let's make it 1 minute and 10 seconds in this case. And track line should be 060. Still is not. Let's go back on the track. Yeah, wing correction angle turned out being something like much less than what I expected. Okay, I probably miscalculated something because we're looking at something like 13 degrees. Okay, there we are approaching 5 seconds to go now. We're on the track, turning to the right, and I'm gonna go center again because I want to get a better view of the situation. We say something like adding 300 would be okay, or 310. Anyway, let's make it 310. And with that heading, shouldn't have any problem with the wing correction. I reset my timer. Now there's not much to measure on the inbound leg, but what I can do is that because I calculated the wing correction angle of 13, I can anticipate the 26 seconds of the extension time when I turn outbound. So the turn outbound is going to have a 26 second wing correction for the turn itself. Okay, so I'm passing the center line. Looks like in theory I should have been passing the center line already, so maybe I've been drifted a bit more than what the look like. Okay, because anyway, this means that I'm closer now. Meaning that I'm closer, it means that I'm gonna need less heading to intercept. So maybe let's say 290 is gonna be good enough. But at this point, what I'm gonna do, I just go center so that I can see the track line. See, it's perfect, just 5 degrees. So yeah, definitely the wind drifted me more than what I expected. Okay, so here I can go straight away with the Vorlock, and the Vorlock should be doing the job. So probably there's been a little problem with maybe I was late with the turn, maybe the track line was wrong, or something not really corresponding at some point. Actually, I'm losing the VR on the opposite side. Probably was my fault because I used too much heading. So now I have to go to the left. Let's say I want to have the white line always, or I'd say I want to have the green always in the between the white and the magenta. Okay, so now I'm correcting to get back on track. You see, I can evaluate anyway what is my wing correction angle, because that's my crab angle at the moment. Okay, so we got something like 14 degrees. I say 12 degrees before, maybe within the range of 13. Yeah, 13 is what I said initially. So I'll stick with 13 and 26 second correction on the outbound. Now I'm getting very close. I should go adding select now. Actually, I should match the adding. There we go, adding select, and passing the station. I will center and I will go outbound. I'll take a 90 degrees heading plus 10 degrees of wing correction angle. Okay, now because I overestimated, I actually reduced a bit also the wing correction angle for the extension time. So let's do a quick review, and I stop 1 second in post because otherwise the screen moves and then I can't show. But what happened is that we were coming in from this direction, okay, and we reached the station. As we reached the station, we turned outbound. That's what we wanted to do on 006, but turn out that we did something that looks more like this, because we should have done this, okay, and turn out that we did something to this, okay. So that's not what we wanted. However, the track was showing 060, so I was pretty sure that we were there rather than there. But either the track was correct and so we were there, meaning that this turn was much longer than expected. Either, as I said, it's this, let's change color, was this. So the track was incorrect, okay? Now, I can't really know, but reasonably the track was correct. So most probably I did something wrong. I probably turned too late and I did something like this. Okay, so anyway, now it's too late. That's what happened. So next time I'll try to be more precise and turn a bit earlier, but there's not much I can do at this stage. Okay, now we are in the inbound. So basically what happened is that we then overshot a little bit, the wind drifted us, so we started going a bit left or right. We reached the station. Now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna turn to the left. Okay, well, first of all I'm gonna cancel everything, otherwise it's too much lines. Now as I say, over the station, I'm turning to the left. I'm gonna make this straight segment. Okay, the wind is coming from 1 to 0, so I'm gonna have a wind correction angle in this direction of 10 degrees. So this straight segment, instead of being 150, is gonna be 142. Okay, this is gonna be 2 times the wind correction angle I had in this leg, and in this leg I estimated a 13 degrees wind correction angle. So basically this was my aircraft. Okay, it was 13 degrees angle, so I'm gonna do 2 times the wind correction angle, meaning 26 seconds. At the 26 second, I'm gonna turn again, and I'm gonna look for a parallel track. So for a track of 060, at the 060 track, 1 minute, I'm gonna turn left again, and I expect to end up inbound the holding. Let's see how this end up. Okay. All right, I've cancelled all my drawing, and I try to unfreeze the flight. There we go. I have to prepare my timer. It's already resetted, say 26 seconds. What I can do is that I can go center and see if the track is actually 150. Okay. Okay, I'm on the heading, start timing. The track is not 150, so maybe, yeah, I have to increase a bit because I want to fly track 150. Okay. Now track is getting 150, so finally this 10 degrees wind correction angle was correct. Just 20 degrees that I initially estimated was wrong. But yeah, 10 degrees looks perfect. There we go, 150 spot on. We got less than 5 seconds to go, 26 seconds now, so I will turn to the left. And I want to make a track of 060, we say 12 degrees wind correction angle, so I will take 072. And let's see if this actually gives me a track of 060. What I have to look at is also when am I crossing radial 150. And now with this I can't really see. Let's give a quick look. What's the radial now? We're 30 degrees out, so shouldn't be too bad. I'm reaching the heading. I see the white line overline the dotted magenta, meaning that the wind correction angle is correct. Let's go back and monitor the radial. You see it's no problem at all. The wind has been pushing me outside, so I didn't need to correct. I could even make, time start now and see how much time earlier before the station I could have been turning. According to my calculation, 10 degrees, so it's 10 seconds. Okay, is 10 seconds working? No, probably 15 seconds. So, but anyway, that's theoretical calculation. Okay, so basically one would be adjusting then for 10 seconds. Now actually I have to start timing now, and because I have headwind now, I'm gonna make a 1 minute 10 seconds lag to correct for the strong headwind I have at this moment. Okay, so again, maybe it's 1 minute 15 seconds to correct one, but let's do it this way. Let's go again to center to make sure the wind didn't change. Still on track 060. You see, not really, so let's go 13 degrees. In fact, 13 degrees is what we said initially, so 13 degrees looks better. Five seconds to go, so I have to turn inbound, and of course this time I expect to roll out exactly on the correct heading, again corrected by the wind, of course. So we say 13 degrees wind correction angle, so it's gonna be 230, another -3, 227 the heading, and in theory I should exactly turn out spot on the radial. Let's see what happens. Okay, we're approaching half of the turn. I should be 15 degrees out, I'm 20, but that's reasonable because I have tailwind, so the tailwind is pushing me throughout the turn. So finally, being a bit too early with the radials is not wrong. I would say it's pretty correct. You see, that's approaching quite nicely. It doesn't look bad at all, this 26 seconds on the outbound. Look at this. Looks like we are intercepting. Maybe not really spot on, but extremely close to that, okay? Probably I'm even gonna stay within the 5 degrees. Now, I went again in center because I want to look at the white track line. Okay. Yeah, I overshoot a little bit, so probably a little bit too much, let's say. So again, I want to bring the white line on the other side of the VOR and 3 nautical miles out, so I'm probably gonna be able to re-intercept. So because I ended up this much out, probably 26 seconds wasn't enough. I have to extend more. So what I'm gonna do is just, you see, I'm gonna use 40 seconds. Let's try it with 40. Let's see how it goes. But as a matter of fact, I didn't completely miss the inbound. You see, I'm re-intercepting, and I had enough time to nearly re-establish inbound. Now I'm overflying the station, so yeah. I would say, yeah, it's quite missed. Anyway, let's try the 40 seconds on this next turn, okay? Let's reset the timer. I'm gonna use 40 seconds wind correction. So the station is passed. Gonna turn left, and it's heading 140. We say 10 degrees was perfect. And reset the timer. We have it. It's gonna be 40 seconds wind correction on the outbound turn, and I'm gonna use 1 minute and 20 seconds on the outbound leg, because the inbound leg was definitely shorter than 50 seconds. Alright, there we are on the track. Time is started, 40 seconds. Track is correct, 150. Approaching. 5 seconds to go. Let's turn on the outbound. Stop now. So we see again the heading was 060, corrected by 13 degrees wind correction angle, 073. I'll go again on the center because I want to look at the track line being exactly on the 060. I reset the timer. I want to monitor for the radial 150 passing by. So again, the track is correct. Let's go look for the radial 150. When is it approaching? I ended up a bit too far because I was late with the turn outbound, and I should have been waiting that much. That was a mistake. Alright, we're passing the beam now, and therefore starting the time for 1 minute and 20 seconds. Let's see what it gives. Alright, I've been monitoring the track, which looks correct, and we are 5 seconds to go. So I will sorry, push the wrong button. I will turn now. 240 corrected by the wind, 13 degrees wind correction angle, so we say it would be heading 227, and that wind correction angle was looking correct, at least according to the track line. I reset the timer because I want to monitor the inbound. Now we're approaching 90 degrees in the turn, and before I was complaining because I say normally it's 15 degrees, I was 20. Now I find myself at 25 degrees because before I overshoot it by 10. It looks like it should be okay. I maybe still overshoot by very little if it is. Yeah, I'm gonna go center mode just to cross check what's going on with the track and the green line. We are approaching like 15 degrees out from the route. We still have 30 degrees of turn to go in terms of track. So maybe this 40 was too much, maybe 35. As you see, I'm still 10 degrees out, so I'm gonna reduce the heading. But I don't want to overdo, because at the end the HSI is coming in, so maybe this 35 seconds is more than enough. You see, looks like perfect. Now recovering is 5 degrees, so yeah, 35 seconds is the perfect time. So you see that basically this time I'm spot on with the holding, and it was very easy to make the calculations, not really guessing, you know. I made a precise correction on time. I had to estimate. The first one was wrong, the second one was just 5 seconds wrong, but this, even if I keep 40, is perfect. So while the theory behind this wind correction is a bit more tricky, the practical on this wind correction, it's fairly an easy one, and it makes you very precise in the holding. So up to you, which of course I would say follow your instructor indications about how to correct the wind, but we've been seeing also the second method, which is typically used in the French flight school. Sorry, I forgot to go ahead and select. Now we're turning left or right. Okay, no problem. Gonna go ahead and select. The exercise anyway is complete. We're gonna go for probably a last example, holding at fix.
Been so long, been so long. Why you keeping me waiting? Lose trust me.
All right, let's take into example this situation where we have to fly direct to a point named Gikno, located at Brussels VR radial 250, DME 10, and we have to hold a Gikno course 070 inbound left turn. The hold is DME base between 10 DME, 15 DME. So first of all, what I'll do is that I set the course on the 070 because the holding is 070 inbound, and I start flying toward the point. Okay, just put an initial heading, then I refine the decision, and now I can start reasoning. Well, actually, I can't use the pen at the moment because we're turning, so I have to wait until the turn is completed. Okay, we're about to reach the heading, and I make my apologies. Actually, I said we first turn toward the point, but if I don't explain how to determine, well, this one you should know from previous video, that's fix-to-fix navigation. Of course, this holding can only be sorted out with the fix-to-fix or the VOR method, but let's give a look to what we're doing. Our aircraft is there. Okay, we're flying more or less this direction because of the crosswind component. We got 73 knots of crossing from this side. Okay, so you see that we more or less have 60 knots, so we got 20 degrees. So that's our heading. This is our track. Okay, so that's in which direction we're flying. So we're not really flying in the correct direction at the moment, but I intentionally did not do any correction, just to show you the reasoning I'm doing. So basically we are there and we want to fly onto radial 250. This is radial 250 at point Gikno. So if now we are at DME 30, this is 30, okay, this is more or less 20, this is more or less 10, so this is the point Gikno, okay. Alright, so the holding has been defined as being 070 inbound, so it's the opposite course, this direction inbound, okay, with left turn. So if I want to be precise, it's between 5 and 10, so that's the holding, because that's 5 DME, okay. Now that's too small for me, so I'll make it a bit larger. So I just disregard the size, and that's the holding, okay. Okay, that's easier to visualize at this point. So what should I do? Well, I should fly direct to Gikno, so I should take this track, okay. And you see I'm entering 90 degrees, so that's a parallel entry. That's what I will be doing. So I have to find the track that goes direct to 3 Gikno, which is this one, track 160, which probably with this wind is going to be more or less heading 150, the first heading. Then the second heading is going to be the 250, okay, again at track 250, this one, but with this wind component, well, now I did a bit too many drawing there, but with this wind component I expect to have something like 50 knots crossing. So probably the second track is gonna be something like 235, okay. Let's pretend 235 as the second one, and then of course a turn again, and this one is gonna be like adding 140, so more or less into the wind, so no problem for this re-intercept heading, okay. So let's clear all of these. Let's fly a track of approximately, now I forgot everything. We say the track have to fly, it's this, more or less 150. So let's try with a track of 150 heading 145, something like that. So I cancel all the drawings and start turning left. Now again, I got always same old problem. I have to switch in the center mode in order to be able to look at the track line, where is it falling. I want a track line of 150 and it's not really. Let's do 140 degrees heading. Maybe 141. Okay, this looks like a good initial track. Let's do a quick review. We have 10 degrees of wind correction angle. So I'm actually flying the track 150, and let's see if what I'm doing now makes sense. This is the track I'm flying. Okay, so this is my aircraft. That's the track I'm flying. I'm gonna reach there. Now, if this is 26, maybe I need to turn a little bit more to the left. But okay, let's take a 5 to the left. A little adjustment of 5 to left. It's not bad. So it's gonna be 136 for a track of 145. Okay, so that's my adjusted track. Now I just have to be patient for a moment and see what happens. So let's just fly straight for a while. All right, we're approaching more or less 12 DME, and let's see how the situation is. It looks like the heading I've selected is not too bad, because I'm here at the moment, okay, and I'm flying with 10 degrees crab angle. That's where I am, the gap. We said I should end up 10 miles, we're now 11 miles. I don't think we're that far away at the end, so we're well within the required 1 nautical mile. So this should look like a good heading. Now I have to think about what's the next one. Now the next thing I'm gonna do as I cross the central radial, which should happen more or less at 10 nautical miles, I will turn to the left. We said it's a parallel entry, so sorry, my mistake, I'll turn to the right. The holding is left turns, so I'll turn to the right. We say it's a parallel entry, so I'll fly the heading of 240 with an expected wing, maybe a bit more on the wind correction angle. Now looking at the winds, let's say 235 initially, and it's gonna be, because of a tailwind, they're gonna take just 50 seconds. So the adjustment is gonna be 10 seconds less on the time, 15 degrees wind correction angle to the left. Okay. All right, we're approaching the radial. Turns out that actually I've been a bit too close. You see 9.1 miles. So what I'm gonna do now is that I'm gonna get myself a 90 degrees immediately, so that I don't lose farther on the DME. So we are 8 degrees out. Yeah, here we go. I've missed the point in Giknu by 1 mile, but it's fine. Now we're turning, so I should turn to the right. And my mistake, I forgot this turn is DME base. So now turning heading 235, we say it. Turn is DME base, so I don't really need the time on this turn, because I'm just gonna look at the DME, 15 DME, and gonna turn right again. Okay, so that's quite a tight turn with 5 miles, so I must make sure that the speed is consistent. 210 knots makes sense. I might decide to decelerate. If I decide to decelerate, obviously I should do it only on the straight level flights, because if I decelerate during turns, this change my radius of turns, and then it just make my life more complex. There we go. We are on the outbound. I wanted a track of 250. Let's see what the track line says. It says, well, it's not perfectly aligned here, but it says more or less 250. Okay. Now we got 50 miles. Time to turn inbound. Turning to the right, inbound. We say the heading will be in the range of 140, something like that. 120. Let's try 130. Turn inbound. And first of all, what I'm gonna look at is when am I crossing the center line, because I came in nearly 90 degrees. Basically, I expect to be crossing the center line at half of the turn. Okay, 90 degrees turn. Let's see how it goes. Not too bad, not that far away from half of the turn, okay, and I take advantage now. Actually, I'll have to freeze the simulation for a moment because otherwise we can't really reason on it, but let's take advantage to review the situation. Now, what I have to do is that I should put the station in the middle, my aircraft is here, okay, and the holding, we're now 18 miles, so the holding is here with the turns at 10 miles, okay. Actually, you should draw it there. What we did, it was our entry, more or less in this direction, okay. This was our entry, and this will be the rest of the entry. The holding itself is gonna be at 15 DME, so sorry, at 10 DME. Let's change color, is better. So at this point, turning left, okay, so that's the holding. Alright, now I have the wind coming from this sector. I'm gonna use the French wind correction angles again. So basically, you remember what we said, I might extend this leg in order to extend a little bit in order to pass the beam at the correct time, because that's the shape of the turn that I'm gonna do. Okay, other thing is that this turn is gonna be larger because of the wind, and this turn there is gonna be smaller because actually I erased everything, but let's redraw. So this turn here is gonna be smaller because it's against the wind. Okay, so I have to identify what was the wind correction angle. Now the wind correction angle turned out that something like 14 degrees was correct, actually 15 degrees was correct on the outbound leg, more or less. Now, not so sure, because when I did the outbound leg, you see, now we're half of the turn already past the beam, but it turns out that probably a bit less, 14 degrees, so we'll use 14 degrees wind correction angle, okay. And with 40 degrees, turns out that should be okay. Now I can cross-check this wind correction angle again when I fly this segment there. So when I fly this leg, the outbound leg, I can cross-check with track line again if 14 degrees wind correction angle is a good track. But anyway, if 14 is confirmed, this is going to be the 2 times the wind correction angle, okay. So it's going to be 28 seconds, this one, okay. Now, how long is going to be this segment there? This extension continuing straight from the 10 miles. This is the wind correction angle that I have on this leg, okay? So basically, it's the wind correction angle that I would have if now I would wish to fly straight, okay? What wind correction angle do I have now? Well, just look at the indication there. That's the track line, that's the heading. So I'm currently crossing heading 332, and my heading, my track is 328, so I got something like 14 degrees wind correction angle, and this one is just once that wind correction angle. So this one is 14 seconds, and this one is going to be 28 seconds for the relevant wind correction angle. So here we're going to have 14 degrees wind correction angle. Well, it turns out that actually we got the same wind correction angle on both legs. Here we had it on this leg, we added 13 degrees, okay. And on this leg we're gonna have 14 degrees at the moment, planning with what we have, okay. So I hope the reasoning makes sense to you. Maybe I can change colors, so it might eventually be a bit better, not sure. But basically we have determined that the crab angle, the wind correction angle here, which is the same wind correction angle I had on the parallel entry, was 13, okay. And with this correction angle I should multiply by 2. Actually, this is making 26 seconds, okay. And then this 14 give me this 14 seconds, okay. So I hope this has been clear. That's the correction that I'm gonna apply for this hold entry. Okay, I'll cancel all of this and I will unfreeze the simulation so that we can continue. Let's see if I can do it. Yeah. Okay, I'm reaching the heading to re-intercept. Let's give a quick look to the track line. Now the track line shows, you see that we have just 10 degrees, so basically I have to turn straight away on the inbound, because we actually re-intercepting. So my heading was even too much, I would say. So let's see if we're turning to the left. Yes, we are. Okay, but once again, what I wanted to see is that this error there, or anyway that this green indication is in between the white and the magenta. Okay, now I'm maybe turning too much. Yeah, I have to keep an intercept heading, because you see the white has gone on the other side. I was too fast with the heading. And let's try to cancel everything first. Okay, so I actually missed the intercept because I was late with the heading. Let's see if I can manage to fix it. So we're 14 DME. I would like to get back on track quite fast. So let's give a good intercept heading there. Because by 10 DME, I would like to be established on the inbound leg, so as at least to make a correct tracking of the inbound for the extension time. So this sounds like a good intercept heading, considering 13 miles out. Okay, so we're approaching 11 DME. The radio is coming in quite nicely. I keep my more or less a bit more than my 14 degrees wind correction angle, but still keep a good crab angle for the wind, and 10 miles. I'm gonna be ready with the time to start the timer for my extension. We say the 14 seconds. Now I can even use Vorlog there to make automatic tracking, and with the Vorlog engaged I can start turning to the left. 10 miles top now. We say it's 14 seconds. So I prepare just blind heading to the left, okay, so that when the time is out I just click heading select and this one is ready. So with 5 seconds to go now, top turn now, so I'm go heading select. We're gonna turn all the way on the outbound. The scope is that at the end of the turn I should be not inside, not more than 10 DME. Yeah, because of the wind I calculated before, 13 degrees of wind correction angle, I'm gonna put, instead of 240, I'm gonna put 237 to start with, and of course I can use the track line to see how is this thing going. Okay. Alright, we're approaching the heading, and you see, as expected, I want to be no more than 10. We're actually 10.7, so my extension needed to be a bit longer than 14 seconds. And let's give a look to the track line, what it says, and it says that we're more or less on track to let's see, 250. That's no, that's no good. I have to turn more to the left. Then it means the wind is definitely stronger than the expected. So I have to take like let's try 227. Let's see if 250 works. Sorry, because I want 227 to make a track of 240. Okay. By the way, I got track line there as well, so I can look at this area and see if I get 240 on the track line, so I don't need to switch all the time. Now it looks like track 240 is there, and I have to wait for 50 miles just to start turning, so we're nearly there. We say it's going to be 26 seconds of extension, 50 miles now, so I'm going to start turning to the left. The left would be 160, but because of the wind correction, we say approximately 14 degrees, I'm going to take 146. And the time, well, because with Discovery is 20 degrees, actually the time should be 40 seconds, so I should review my time with 40 seconds. Before I used 13, maybe it was too little, 20 maybe it was too much, so let's stay in between. I'll use 35 seconds. So we're rolling now out on the heading, so time started now with 35 seconds. Alright, the radio is coming alive. We have 4 seconds to go. Let's be ready for the start. Time is up now. I'll start. I'll actually keep an intercept heading just to make sure it's okay. And consider wind, I'll increase a bit the selected heading to keep the intercept heading. So we're turning bound, we are within the 5 degrees, no problem, and looks like maybe, yeah, 20 degrees wind correction angle and 40 seconds is the good number, because now it turns out that a little bit short, just by 2 degrees, not the end of the world. I can even arm for lock, and when it goes green it should track by itself. That's it. I can set an adding, so if it's 070 or 20 degrees will be, 20 degrees looks like it's a bit too much. If I go there on center, we can see that now the track line is aligned, and yeah, 15 degrees. So if it's 15 degrees will be 30 seconds, maybe wind correction angle, something somewhere in between, I would say. So we're something around 15 and 20 degrees wind correction angle, and the extension time will be something around 30-35 seconds. So that's basically the holding sorted out. So you see with this I corrected the wind basically on the first shot. I was correcting the holding. It's the French method of correcting way, I would say, is a very nice and easy way to make wind corrections. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our video concerning holdings. Thank you very much for your attention today. Techniques to be used is a very personal thing, but I remind you, use it in conjunction of your instructor indications. So have practice. Practice is the best way to learn how to fly holdings. And thank you for your attention. May I please remind you to like and subscribe the video, to share it with your friend if you enjoyed, if you find it useful. And once again, have a nice day. Thank you for your attention.